And yes, Martin, if you're still there, it's a coincidence. I think they'll worry about Wander Franco if they ever have to worry about him again. They're not paying him right now. He got off the payroll a month ago. Coffin ball. Edges out E.B. Hill. It's like one of those swimming meets. And Arch. Hey, JC, you're there if somebody fails a drug test. All right. You know, holding down fourth. Ready to move up. Bigham. Whew. E.B. Hill said, "Thank you, Mark. I'm on it."
Awesome.
Good morning, Paul.
So
T. Haynes.
Just as simple as, what do you think about the Tua contract? How do you want to
Yeah.
word it?
Yeah, and then put in parenthesis, $53.1 million per year.
$53.1.
Mm-hmm. That's how he got ahead of Goff. And for like 6 hours, he was third.
Cost of doing business? Are you kidding me?
Yep.
All right, it's up.
Could be 5 Canada relief. Remember, it's a 4-year extension.
All right, that's up. That's up.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Monday of July. The magic numbers are getting so small. Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for starting your week off with us. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. That's how you can listen and follow along. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your weekend?
Well, David, I think you know how my weekend was. It was spent watching the Olympics with my wife. That's what we do this time. Every 4 years, we get excited. The fever is upon us, and it is Olympic fever inside the Miller household.
Do you have the fever, or are you just flat faking it?
Believe it or not, I do. I actually do. I'm the one that's getting up. I get up before everybody in the house. I'm the one watching live events before they wake up. You know me and my love for live sports in the morning. So I've watched rowing. I've watched water polo. I've watched a little bit of the big sports, the hoop and the gymnastics and the swimming. No, I'm in. I'm in.
Well, it has to really bother you for those of you. If a couple months ago, Mark started a brand new television network. Don't know if you're aware of it. Don't know if you've seen any programming on it, but it's the Before Noon Network, BNN, Before Noon Network. And it bothers Mark greatly that he does not have rights to the Olympics before noon, because Mark wants the broadcast rights to every single thing that could air in this country before noon. And then, at 11:59 a.m., Mark plays the anthem, and then he signs off with a test pattern, just the way it was when he grew up, going to bed. That's it. And then his network is shut off. So I could see where you would be a big fan, Mr. Before Noon Network.
Absolutely. Watched a, young lady from France win the bronze in judo, and it was a huge deal inside that arena. Obviously, the home country person winning a medal.
Sure.
I love every part. I really and truly do.
Okay. All right. I've watched maybe an hour. I guess it's possible to say up to an hour and a half so far of the Olympics, but don't have the fever. I was alarmed Friday, midday into the afternoon. My wife was sitting around doing nothing. Now she is, recovering from surgery, so it's not like, we don't even really leave the house. But she was watching all of it. Had the clicker, different channels on Peacock. I got this and I got this, and it was all over all of it. And then was watching live it rain on the athletes entering along the river.
I don't know if Peyton Manning said anything yet. That was the opening ceremonies aren't for you and I and for the majority of our audience. They're not.
No.
It's pomp and circumstance. It's done more for the women in our life than it is for us. And it was some of the stuff I watched it with my wife. Some of the stuff they did was spectacular. Some of the things that were done were very cool. Celine Dion singing on the Eiffel Tower was incredible. It really was.
I did hear that. People raved about her performance, never mind all that she's had to overcome.
Exactly. So that was, very moving. But their choices of co-anchors for their opening ceremonies were Mike Tirico and two stiffs because they didn't talk. They went 5-7 minutes without saying a damn word. Either of them. It was awful. Tirico's a pro. He just does his thing, keeps on keeping on. But he had no help. I mean, it was like Miller and Moulton when Miller's really hungover.
It's been a long time. I mean, I was a little worried last Tuesday when you came back from the East Coast and the Monday night concert, but you were fine. You brought it. I mean, I knew there was a nap in your future after the show, but you brought it still. So, well, it's like those Rose Bowl parade and Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. You got to read the cards. You got all the info. Then when you throw it to the, on the boat correspondence, what's there for Peyton and Kelly Clarkson to say? Looks cool, Mike.
Yeah. Kelly Clarkson's a performer. You would think at some point with the performances, she would talk about him. She would give us a little bit on Celine Dion, something. I don't know.
Okay.
I thought there was more to give.
I'm sure there was. Maybe they were nervous. For what it's worth, I guess ratings-wise, it's off to a good start. I guess. I mean, it did better than 3 years ago when we were still kind of sort of affected by the pandemic, and it was an off year and all that. And so, they're comparing ratings to 2016, which I believe were in London. So it's comparing one European Olympics to another. And, but, opening ceremonies, from what I understand, Mark, was kind of like a really good 425 NFL game.
Okay.
That's what the opening ceremonies were. They were in the 26 to 28 million range. And that's a good 425. Not a very good or great. I mean, we can get into the 30s. But, Fox and CBS, when they get a good 425 game, like I would expect Brady's first game, Dallas at Cleveland, to do at least that, if not more, at 425 that first Sunday, which I guess would be September 8th. Like I would expect that game on Fox to do at least as well as the opening ceremonies. But so there you have it. I was impressed. We talked about it throughout the week last week. The Spygate, the controversy with the Canadian women's soccer team. And now they've been dubbed a bunch of cheaters. And TSN in Canada reporting that they've been doing this for years, men's and women's soccer. And the Olympics actually punished a pretty severe. I mean, they didn't kick them out. They gave them a chance to advance and eventually medal and what have you. And Canada is the defending gold medal winners in women's soccer. But did you see the punishment that they gave them?
Yeah, they actually gave them a legit punishment.
So you play 3 matches to get out of group because everybody's in a 4-team pod, and you get 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, no points for a loss. Well, the Olympics decided, and they decided after they had played their first match and won, and before they were playing their second match against the host country, France, they decided to penalize Canada 6 points. So when Canada played France yesterday, they were actually minus 3 points in the standings. Now, they scored a late goal, and I mean, Mark, we joke about stoppage time. Apparently, they had 13 minutes of stoppage time, and Canada scored 12 minutes into the 13-minute stoppage time to get a 2-1 win. So Canada's 2-0 with 0 points in women's soccer. And they're playing Colombia next, and they do mathematically have a chance to advance. But at least the Olympics punished them for cheating. Huh? Okay. You guys are paying attention. You're taking this somewhat seriously.
Somewhat. I mean, that's the key, because the doping in a lot of other sports is still rampant, but they've really been able to curtail the women's soccer.
Right. The Canadians. Right. So that part interested me. But I watched Katie Ledecky swim a prelim. I did watch about 15 minutes of the U.S. men's basketball team yesterday. This just in, a couple of old guys, LeBron and KD, they're still pretty good. They really are. Especially when they get to compete against a bunch of guys who aren't in their area code. So that KD guy, now we know why, by the way, they kept him on the team even though he couldn't practice all month. Now we know why. Because I think he went 7 for 7 in the first half, all beyond the arc.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, that he looked.
They didn't have much for him defensively, David.
No, in fact, they left him wide open. It was kind of like, listen, you haven't practiced in a month. How good are you going to be? Well, open is open. So, But that's it. A little this. I will say there was one visual that caught my attention. Early Saturday morning, my wife once again put it on, and I did turn to her and say, I go, "Is this going to be the weekend?" I go, "Is that it? Every time I come out, there's going to be a TV. It's going to have the Olympics on." I go, "Just let me know." I go, "You asked me this about football. I just want to know." And she goes, "I don't know." And I have to admit, by about lunchtime on Saturday, she kind of wandered off the path. So it was hardcore Friday, Saturday morning, and then the rest of the weekend, really not a lot of Olympics in the house.
Well, when you chastise her for watching sports, the first time in your life, the woman that you've adored forever is now watching sports, and you're like, what are you doing? I've got to deal with this? I don't blame her at this point.
I didn't chastise her. It was merely a question. Just wanted to know what it is. I had to prepare myself.
Were you gentle in the face when you asked the question?
Well, no, Mark. I'm never gentle in the face. But they were playing beach volleyball on a court with the Eiffel Tower in the background.
Right.
And I thought, nah, you got to admit, that's kind of cool.
That's a backdrop, David.
Right.
That's a backdrop.
Right. That's like that course in Jersey City that they play occasionally on the PGA Tour, and Lower Manhattan is, you see the Statue of Liberty, and then you see the Freedom Tower and what have you, and you're like, that's not a bad. It's standing on 15. That's not bad. Pretty good. So there you have it. You're all in. You got the fever.
Yeah, David, I've watched equestrian. I mean, the dressage, we had a record-setting dressage score, David. No one's ever done it before. I don't know what that means. I just know it's the best one that's ever been done.
I didn't realize that when you were riding the horse, you had to wear a corsage.
That's part of it. Looks are important, David. And eye contact in gymnastics. Got to look at the judges. Remember that.
Huh. I never knew that. I thought you had to pay attention to like the vault and the beam and where you're going to land on the floor. Miller and Moulton, there was a lot of other stuff that took place this weekend, and we're going to get to it. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation, and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, it's strange too. Joe Cool with the new do. Right. Hmm. Well, Feeney, we're going with your first suggestion. Remember, Sonny, C.J. Stroud looked terrible in most of the preseason last year.
I listened to Caleb's interview with Miller and whoever was doing it with him there. He's a good interviewer.
Did you say something, Mark? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Hello? Oh, now I hear you.
Okay. I was very confused because everything was the same as it always has been. No, I was listening to Moving the Chains on Friday when they were at Bears camp. I thought the Caleb interview was pretty good. I mean, he's a pretty sharp kid. Don't know what that means about playing football, but
Right. But hey, first things first.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Lot of football and baseball news over the weekend. Football got started, Mark, on Friday afternoon and evening. Woo! Some boys are getting paid there, Mr. Miller.
cost of doing business, David. That's the way that it goes. Quarterbacks get paid, and they did. Tua now a Dolphin for the foreseeable future. $212+ million for a 4-year deal, a little more than Jared Goff gets. So that makes Tua and his people happy. And then Jordan Love got the bag.
I was going to say Tua was the headline for 4 to 6 hours. And then same people who negotiated for Tua negotiated for Jordan Love, and they got him more, which I have to admit, I'm like, how'd that happen? He's played 1 year, Tua's played 3. Even if you just go on last year, Tua was better last year than Jordan Love was for the full year. Is that the cost of a playoff win? Is that it? But Jordan Love, right up there with Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence, highest paid quarterback in the league, 55. Extension kicks in next year. So both Love and Tua, essentially, if their teams want it, they got them for 5 more years, Mark. This year and 4 more. Jordan Love, T1 on the leaderboard, Tua 4th in terms of the salary leaderboard. And Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott are just sitting there with big grins on their faces going, I'm a free agent next year. How about that?
Dak's going to get a lot of money.
Yeah, but is he going to get it from the Cowboys?
I don't know. But he's going to get paid. That was what I was thinking as the events of Friday afternoon were unfolding.
Now, we're actually going to head to Wisconsin coming up at the top of the hour and talk about the Jordan Love contract. But our poll question deals with Tua. 53.1. Now the 4th highest paid quarterback in the league. Your thoughts? Is it the cost of doing business, or is it you gotta be kidding me? Almost
And
went
David,
home.
in early voting, our audience gets it. It's simply the cost of doing business. When it comes to a quarterback, you sign him, you pay him the money, and you move on. Unanimous at this point. Early voting, obviously, but not one person has said, are you kidding me? And this is Tua we're talking about, and everybody seems to have something bad to say about Tua.
I was going to say, we were on an island a year ago today. We couldn't find 3 other people who would support us about Tua being a franchise quarterback. Now, we're not saying greatest quarterback in the league, greatest quarterback. We're just saying he's a franchise quarterback. He's the Dolphins guy. No, come on. It's not that good. Well, I don't know. We think he's pretty good. He gets hurt a lot. Yeah. He's got to stay durable. There's no question. To be a franchise quarterback, you have to be under center. Yes, we agree.
But no one had a problem with paying Joe Burrow all that money, and he doesn't stay under center either.
No, 2 of his 4 years, he's been knocked out due to injury. Missed half the season both times. But 53.1 for Tua, 55 for Jordan Love. Your thoughts, 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Our poll question, cost of doing business, or you've got to be kidding me. It is worth noting, Mark, that a year ago, a little over a year ago, because it was shortly after their Super Bowl loss, that the Eagles took care of Jalen Hurts. And they made him highest or 2nd highest paid quarterback in the league. And I think he's now 8th a year later, heading into the next season. So that gives you an idea as to how it's going. So basically, if you're the teams, do the contract as early as possible. If you're the player, do it as late as possible.
How surprised were you about the Jordan Love contract? Because I don't think you were all that surprised about the Tua contract. It seemed as if it was going to get done. I was stunned that the Jordan Love contract was as much as it was.
I was also. Pat Kerwin and I were talking on Friday, and he was convinced that the first digit would be a 5. And he was simply saying that, listen, these guys that are negotiating for Jordan Love, they're actually negotiating for themselves, and not in terms of commission, in terms of they're trying to get future quarterbacks that are free agents. And if they don't get him 50 plus, then the future quarterbacks are not going to sign with that agency. So he was convinced that Jordan Love's first digit was going to be a 5. We'll find out on Wednesday. Okay. And Pat's beginning his training camp tours. He's doing the Patriots today. All right. He may even come on twice this week, but we'll get with Pat and narrow down his schedule a little bit later on. But he was convinced that he would get 50 plus. He thought it would be right around what Tua got, if I remember what he was saying correctly. And I thought a good contract would be 4 for 48 per. That this way you give Love the 4 years instead of 5. The team wants 5. Jordan wants 4. Okay, Jordan wanted the first digit to be a 5. The team wanted to keep it. So I thought the perfect compromise contract was 4 for 48. Yeah. There was no compromise in there. They gave Jordan Love everything.
The entire bag.
About the only win for the Packers, Mark, is technically he is getting less guaranteed money than most everyone else, and that is a Packers thing. If you look historically, the Packers are into big signing bonuses and big roster bonuses. Like third day of this business year, if you're still on the roster, here's your bag. But the Packers are not into big amounts of guaranteed money. And just look at the Josh Jacobs contract that they did, in which they signed him. Okay, if he plays all 4 years, he's going to get $12 million a year. But the Packers structured that contract so that it's basically 4 one-year contracts. If they want to cut him and move on, they do, and it doesn't cost them anything. Love with less guaranteed money, Mark, than Tua, even though he's making almost $2 million more a year. So
who do you think got the better deal, the Packers or the Dolphins? You can text us that at 21,000. Our poll question is just simply about Tua. And that is, what do you think about the Tua contract? Cost of doing business, or are you kidding me? Those are your options. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
I know it's early voting, and I kind of feel like it's those folks in New Hampshire. What is it, Dixville Notch? There's like 12 of them, and they're the first people to vote in the country. Okay, and I guess if, it's like 9-3, it looks, really skewed. But, I mean, I thought more people would be outraged by these contracts, but I guess they've been conditioned to this is the cost of doing business.
And I think on our show, we've been trying to tell people that the salary cap going up, these contracts aren't going to handcuff anybody down the road. This is smart business going forward for these teams. It's got to be right about the quarterback, David.
We probably missed the boat. We probably should have put C both. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. But DC, by the end of that window, do you actually think they'll be paid top 10 paid quarterbacks? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
I think it's great what Dixonville Notch does. Everybody shows up at midnight. They vote. By 12:10, they've got all the votes tabulated. They post them. We're done. Hey, Sonny Tui even said, hey, man, a lot of pressure on me now. I got to live up to the money. You guys need to win. Win. Need to win games in January. CW's got the second racing series, not, NASCAR. What is it? Xfinity?
Xfinity.
So they've got the Xfinity series beginning next year exclusively. Got ACC football, basketball. They got LIV golf, and they got Oregon State, Washington State football.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when Gabe Neitzel will join us. He's on ESPN Radio in Milwaukee. In fact, he's got his own show coming up in a little more than an hour. He's also part of the Packers Radio Network. We'll talk to him about the big Jordan Love deal and the Packers going forward this year. Can they go toe-to-toe with the Lions? Can they win the North? Hell, can they win the whole darn thing? Gabe Neitzel to join us in about 22 minutes to talk about that. And Jordan Love and Tua, they're the focus of our poll question, although we're really focused on Tua. He got paid $53 and change. What do you think of the Dolphins signing Tua at $53 and change? Cost of doing business, or you got to be kidding me? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
I guess we'll start with the Olympics, and obviously they're already underway today because it's 20-1 in the afternoon in France. And so you've got swimming prelims going on, but through 2+ days of the Olympics, things going pretty well for the United States. U.S. women gymnast, had the best score in qualifying for the team final. Simone Biles, apparently she got hurt a couple weeks ago. So that lower leg injury that she was limping around with over the weekend, she's actually been nursing heading into the Olympics. They think she'll be able to compete just fine. Thank you. The U.S. men's basketball team beat Serbia by 26. They're favored by 30.5 over South Sudan on Wednesday. The same team they beat by 1 in a qualifier, not even a qualifier, it was more of a friendly a week or so ago. U.S. swimmers doing well, maybe a few less golds than was hoped for so far. Through 2 days, the U.S. leading the medal count with 12, 3 gold, 6 silver, 3 bronze. U.S. women's national soccer team beat Germany 4-1. It's a good win. Are they back? Did they ever leave? The Canadian women's soccer team docked 6 points for their Spygate scandal, but they've won their first 2 matches. So they still have a chance to advance if they can win their next match. They are the defending gold medalists in women's soccer. Baseball, trade deadline 6 o'clock tomorrow, but the teams are at it. And Miller and Moulton were right about something. And that's what we're talking about just in and of itself. Late last week, we said Rays and Marlins are going to be busy. Don't kid yourself. They're each going to be trading about a handful of guys. Well, guess what? Marlins traded A.J. Puck on Friday to Arizona, but they traded Jazz Chisholm to the Yankees on Saturday, and he got to Fenway Park about 90 minutes before the game last night and played against the Red Sox. Had a hit, scored a run. The Rays traded Randy Arozarena to Seattle. Did you see what he and his family did on Friday, Mark?
I did not.
They went to the Rays game. They sat in the stands. And then about sixth inning, Randy and his family, I think it was Randy, I think the family was staying. Randy gets up and he walks through the crowd to say goodbye, walked through the Randyland section, and then eventually made his way to Seattle. He played over the weekend for the Mariners. But the Rays traded Rosarena to Seattle, Zach Eflin to Baltimore, reliever Jason Adam to San Diego for 3 prospects, and then interesting deal with the Cubs last night. They traded third baseman Isaac Paredes to the Cubs in exchange for their third baseman, Christopher Morel, and 2 prospects. Now, Paredes is a better all-around player than Morel, but Morel does have 18 homers. I mean, he's hitting $199, but he does have 18 homers. But the Rays out of this, Mark, I mean, they got 3 prospects for Rosarena. They got 2 for Eflin, 3 for Adam, 2 prospects for Paredes. They just picked up 10, quote, prospects.
Let's hope a couple of them can play.
Yeah, and Christopher Morel. And, oh, by the way, they've dumped about, $35 million in salary for next year, easy. On the field, the Rays took 2 or 3 from the Reds. They beat Cincy 2-1. You know, they're 2 games above 500 and only 3 games out of the playoffs. Yet they're trading away their outfielders, starting pitcher, third baseman, reliever. Oh, they are the Rays. They just do their own thing. Marlins actually won the series against Milwaukee, lost yesterday 6-2, although Xavier Edwards became the second Marlin ever to hit for the cycle in the loss. Braves split a 4-game series with the Mets, beating New York 9-2 yesterday. Both those teams would make the playoffs if the playoffs started today. Braves would be the 4 seed, the Mets the 6. Cleveland took 2 of 3 in Philadelphia from the Phillies, 4-3 the final. Orioles avoided the sweep at home at the hands of the Padres, 8-6. And because Baltimore won, they remain a game ahead of the Yankees, who took 2 or 3 from the Red Sox, beating Boston yesterday 8-2. Twins 4.5 back of the Guardians. They beat Detroit 5-0, held the Tigers to 1 hit, actually, in winning the series. Cubs 7-3 over the Royals, winning that series 2-1. KC 6.5 back of the Guardians, and right now holding down the final playoff spot in the American League. Dodgers avoided the sweep in Houston, beat the Astros 6-2. And Astros loss combined with Seattle's 6-3 win over the White Sox. Those 2 teams are tied atop the West. By the way, Mark Miller was right. On Friday, I said, come on, Mark. White Sox have lost 11 in a row.
How many have they lost in a row now, David?
14.
For the second time this year. They've had 2 14-plus game losing streaks in the same season. That's how god-awful the Chicago White Sox are.
And I said, come on, Mark, they've lost 11 in a row. I mean, at some point, they're going to win a game here. When do you start betting on the White Sox? And he said, hey, moron, they suck. The answer's never. Mark was right.
They are 27-81. They are exactly at a 250 clip.
Right. They're on pace to win 40 games. They're on pace to be as bad as the 62 Mets. Wow, who were an expansion team, by the way. And the White Sox have yet to trade anybody. What do they hold on to these guys for? Toronto swept Texas. Remember when Texas swept the White Sox to get back in it? Yeah, Toronto, who's struggling, just swept the Rangers 7-3, and now Texas 4.5 back in the West. Cardinals 4-3 over the Nats. They're 6 back of the Brewers, 1 back of the Mets for the final playoff spot. Pirates 6-5 over Arizona in 10 because they scored 4 in the 10th. Giants 5-4 over the Rockies. That's a 4-game sweep of Colorado. San Francisco still below 500. And the Angels were down 6-0, but Taylor Ward hit a slam, and LA came all the way back to beat the A's 8-6. NFL, the big news Friday afternoon, Dolphins made Tua the 3rd highest paid quarterback in the league, at least with the extension that they signed him to, 4 years, $212.4 million. That's $0.4 million higher than what the Lions gave Jared Goff. And about 6 hours later, the same people who negotiated that deal announced they had signed Jordan Love to a 4-year, $220 million extension with the Packers. That's 55 per. That ties him with Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence for richest contracts per annual value in the league. And both guys get 4-year deals, so they'll both be free agents at the age of 30. Wonder what the cap and the contracts will look like then. Bad news for the Cowboys. Defensive end Sam Williams, who was going to be counted on this year because they lost a couple of defensive linemen in free agency. Yeah, he tore his left ACL at practice, first contact practice of the season for the Cowboys. He was in a special teams drill, the new kickoff, and he tore his left ACL. He's out for the year. And this is scary. Patriots defensive tackle Christian Barmore, the former Bama standout, diagnosed with blood clots, out indefinitely. Remember Andrews, the Patriots center a few years ago, when they discovered blood clots with him, he missed an entire season. Now he's come back. He's played 3 years completely healthy. All right, but just saying that, this isn't a 2-3 week thing usually. Barmore just signed a 4-year, $92 million extension with 42 of it guaranteed. Golf, PGA Tour in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area for the 3M Open. And Johnny Vegas, who hadn't done much in a while, hadn't won in 7 years. Vegas.
He's playing on a medical.
Right.
That's the reason he kept his card, because of an injury. So huge win for Johnny Vegas.
He birdies 18 to win the 3M Open, first win in nearly 7 years. That'll get him in all the majors for the next 2 years, all the big tournaments, and they think that he will also qualify now for the FedEx Cup. That's based on points and what have you, and a win goes a long way. John Rahm won a golf tournament. LIV in England. John Rahm came from 2 back. His first win on the LIV Tour. Hell, it's his first win since he won the 23 Masters. Maybe he'll smile. Actually, I saw pictures. He did smile. It's good to know. By the way, he's staying in Europe because, top players are competing in the Olympics in golf coming up. LPGA, they were north of the border in Canada, and American Lauren Coughlin was 1 down with 3 to play, tied with 2 to play, birdied 17, ends up winning her first ever event. It's basically the LPGA version of the Canadian Open. And as we approach 10 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Magic numbers. First off, Wednesday. I'm not even going to give you a number. I'm just going to say Wednesday. Actually, it's Thursday. I travel Wednesday. That's why it's in my head. So technically, the number's 3. 3 to the Hall of Fame game. 26 until Florida State, Georgia Tech. 33 until week 1 of the college football season. And 38, 5 weeks Thursday, Ravens and Chiefs. So 3, 26, 33, 38, your magic numbers.
Sounds like you're packed already. You're so ready.
It's been a rough 4 weeks.
I know.
Much rougher for the wife. But, I could use this little 48-plus hour excursion. I could. Be nice to get out of the house. About the only places that I've been to in the last month have been Publix and a drugstore. So, it'd be nice. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, you're right. I had it in my head. To me, the game starts Wednesday because that's when I get on the plane. So,
I don't know if anybody's ever been this excited to go to Canton, Ohio.
I've been this excited about a preseason game since I was 13 years old. My goodness. And that's the truth. So there you have it. Kind of sort of what went on for the weekend, and Olympics already underway today as it's approaching 1 o'clock in Paris. And must admit, I'm ready for the track and field. I like track and field in the Olympics, and then I'm ready.
Swimming, and the swimming's been terrific.
Yes, the swimming has been terrific, and I must admit, I love the worldwide stories. I do, like the French swimmer winning and dominating, and it just and then you've got the Australian swimmers, and
And they talked smack about the American swimmers too, right before the Olympics.
Right.
To add a little heat onto it, saying they hate hearing our anthem. Nothing better than to get up on the podium and our anthem's playing, not theirs. I mean, Michael Phelps was watching it, hearing it for the first time. You could see him getting fired up about it, and he's been retired forever.
By the way, when Michael Phelps is getting fired up about another swimmer's performance, can we just kind of put that in perspective? I mean, wouldn't that be like Michael Jordan going, damn, that guy really plays, that guy's a really good basketball player.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what? So
I'm all in. I'm trying to persuade David to jump on the train with me, but it looks like it's left the station without him.
Yeah, my wife is she's not in the car that you and your wife are driving, but she is on the same trip. Okay. I'm still at the station. In fact, I'm at the snack machine going, I don't know what those people are talking about. Can I get a pretzel? Is there a pretzel stand anywhere? A hot dog? Can I get a street hot dog, please? Gabe Neitzel, let's talk Packers. Let's talk that Jordan Love contract. Are they out of their mind?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You You're listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Olympic basketball ambient, I have no interest. We should win every game by 60. I thought flag football was coming to the Olympics, Canada Relief.
It is in 2028.
Gabe's all set.
Great.
Yeah, Sonny, did you see the lady basically messing up Cruz's hair? That was my favorite part of the whole of him taking selfies.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Monday of July, where the magic numbers for football are 3, 26, 33, and 38, depending on when the season begins for you. Gabe Neitzel is kind enough to join us once again. He's getting ready for his morning show, which is Jen, Gabe, and Chewy. It begins in a little less than an hour on ESPN 94.5 in Milwaukee. You can follow Gabe on X at G Neitzel, Neitzel 16, G Neitzel 16. Gabe, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, boys. Feeling good. Jordan Love's in camp. Everybody's happy up here in Wisconsin.
Everyone's happy. No one said, man, that's a lot of money for 1 year.
Well, there have been some fans that, yes, have been, I don't know if I would pay that, but this is the position the Packers put themselves in. They made Jordan Love bet on himself, understandably so, because it was a little over a year ago when they decided not to pick up the fifth-year option, and their general manager, Brian Gutekunst, said $20 million, which would have been roughly what the fifth-year option would have been for this upcoming season. Man, it's a lot of money to pay somebody who hasn't played. So they come up with a kind of a half-measured contract, a lot of incentives in it, and he ends up hitting a lot of those incentives last year. And because of that contract, they couldn't come to him the way they did in Aaron Rodgers' first year as a starting quarterback for the Packers and offer him a more team-friendly deal. They couldn't offer him a contract until the beginning of May per the rules of the CBA and how many contract extensions you can sign. You can't do it within a calendar year of each other. So once you got to May, my guess is that Jordan Love's representation went, all right, there's some other quarterbacks out there that have to get paid. Let's see what they get. And once Trevor Lawrence got $55 million per year, you kind of knew where that Jordan Love deal was going to come in. So while it is a lot of money, this is the bet that they made with sitting him for 3 years, only having the 1 year, and then you have to make the decision on whether or not he's your guy. And the Packers are betting that those last 9 games, last 8 games of the regular season is the Jordan Love we're going to be seeing in the future.
All right, this team's very young, finished on a high note, obviously, with a little bit of a playoff run. What's, in your estimation, the next step this year for the Packers, Gabe?
I think being a little bit more competitive in the division. And I think, if things break their way, they certainly can win the division. I believe in Detroit. I think that's a very good roster. I don't know if I've done a 180 on a coach more than I've done on Dan Campbell. I think he's really good, but I think that's their next step. And they keep getting mentioned in Super Bowl conversations, which, again, to me, a lot of things would have to break their way, because when you look at all these teams, that the other teams that we're talking about in, Super Bowl contention in the NFC, the Eagles, the Lions, the 49ers, they have bona fide superstars. The Packers don't have that. Like you mentioned, they're very young, and there's a lot of excitement around that youth, but some people just haven't emerged to be the superstars. They've got a very deep wide receiving core, but at some point, someone's going to have to emerge and be that number one wide receiver. They're paying Rashawn Gary as one of the top pass rushers in the NFL, and he's, the Packers making a switch to a 4-3. He's going to have his hand in his dirt, and it seems like he's really enjoying the first week of camp in this new system under defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley, but he's never had a double-digit sack season. He needs to take that next step. Jair Alexander has been an all-pro cornerback for the Packers, but he had injuries. He was suspended after declaring himself a captain last year for a game that he was not supposed to be a captain. So there are still some things that need to fall into place. I don't think that the Packers can just roll out the footballs and automatically be a Super Bowl contender. They've got some more growing to do with the youth on the roster.
Gabe Neitzel, part of the morning show. Jen, Gabe, and Chewy on ESPN in Milwaukee. Follow Gabe on X, GNeitzel16, GNeitzel16. Youngest team in the league last year. I think they'll be darn close to it again this year. Does that mean they can afford Jordan Love, if you know what I mean? That in theory, they got like 3 other guys they're paying now, and then they're not going to have to pay anybody for the next couple of years, right?
Yeah, they're going to find themselves in a situation with Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson, 2 of their top wide receivers. They'll be entering the final years of their deal next year. I don't know if they're going to be looking for more money. But again, if one of them emerges, maybe they can say, hey, I deserve to get a contract extension and have the security and money that goes along with that. But even if they end up paying one of those guys, and Christian Watson has the most potential because of the size-speed combination he has, he just hasn't been able to stay healthy and be on the field, mostly with a hamstring injury through his first 2 seasons. But, those guys aren't going to be getting Justin Jefferson or A.J. Brown money. So, yeah, they're in a really good spot in terms of they don't really have to pay anybody. Even, the big-ticket free agents that they brought in, Josh Jacobs, they could get out of that deal after 1 year if he doesn't work out at running back for the team. Xavier McKinney seems to be, a very key part of that defense. But, yeah, as of right now, there's not a lot that they are going to have to pony up for in the next couple of seasons. The draft classes that they had last year and the year before have really stepped up and been a big part of what the Packers were able to do last year.
Gabe, what's the weakest part of this roster? Because we've mentioned several times, I think there's only one guy over 30 that even starts on either side of the ball. But what's the weakest part of this roster that has to overachieve if contending for the division is what the Packers are going to do?
The offensive line, I think, has some question marks. And they used their first-round pick on an offensive lineman in Jordan Morgan. Don't know where he's going to play. If it's going to be left tackle, there's competition going on now for right guard. But one of the best offensive linemen is Zach Tom, who is a right tackle. He tore his pectoral muscle earlier this offseason, and he's starting the camp. He didn't, start on PUP. He started camp, but he's only doing individual work right now, and that's just such a tough injury for an offensive lineman, as explosive as you have to be and keeping your hands tight. So that's something worth watching. But this offensive line really did well in the second half of last year. Jordan Love having the 18 touchdowns, 1 interception, 70% completion percentage is probably only possible if the offensive line plays as well as they did. They were opening up holes for Aaron Jones, who had 5 consecutive 100-yard games before he was released earlier this offseason, and they kept Jordan Love clean. But again, the injury to Zach Tom, don't really know what's going on at left tackle. So there are some questions along that offensive line. If they want to repeat what they did, especially in the second half of last year, I think that was kind of an area that played really well and didn't get that much attention. They have to step up if the Packers want to continue on the path that they are on.
Gabe, it sounds like I'm the only person in North America that's not sold on Jordan Love. Maybe it's because every time I've seen him, he hasn't been very good, including I saw the one bad performance in the second half of last year. I mean, he was not the best quarterback on the field when they played Tommy Cutlets and the Giants. And I blame Jordan Love for the playoff loss. They're in control of that game. And he throws that horrible late third quarter interception. And then he made bad throws and decisions in the fourth quarter. Am I the only person that is still skeptical about Jordan Love?
I don't think so. And I think it's okay to have a little healthy skepticism. But the way I've kind of looked at this, the second half of last season just didn't seem as fluky as, let's say, the comeback player of the year last year in Joe Flacco. With Jordan Love, it seemed like, and yes, there were certainly games because he was still in his first year starting, and that Giants game is the big one to point to if you're going to be skeptical of Jordan Love. But he seemed in control of that offense, especially the way Matt LaFleur, the head coach, talked about the way he played against the Cowboys in that first playoff game, with the way he changed protections and just had complete control of the offense. Only had the one interception. And yes, he put the ball in harm's way a couple of times in that NFC divisional game against San Francisco. I think that was him putting a little too much pressure on himself in that big moment of a playoff game, and that's something that he's going to learn from. And you juxtapose that with Joe Flacco, who, I mean, everybody in Cleveland had Flacco fever in the second half of last year, but he was still kind of doing those Joe Flacco things of putting the ball in harm's way. He was making enough big plays to overcome the turnovers he was creating, and ultimately that was their demise in the postseason against Houston. You kind of knew that was going to run out. I think there are, again, certainly questions about Jordan Love. I think him, especially throwing a deep ball along the sidelines, I think that accuracy has to improve if he wants to continue to grow and take that next step. There are certainly things that he needs to work on. He's not a bona fide superstar yet, but there are enough signs of what he did in the second half of last season that I feel pretty confident that he is going to continue to grow and end up living up to this contract.
Gabe, continued success, not just locally, but nationally. Thanks for making time for us, and good luck the rest of camp. Hopefully we can catch up early in the season.
All right, sounds good, boys. Thanks for having me on.
Gabe Neitzel, part of Jen, Gabe, and Chewy in the mornings, ESPN 94.5 in Milwaukee. Follow Gabe on X, GNeitzel16, GNeitzel16.
If I were to say this contract's going to be a bust, that it doesn't work, are you, I mean, because obviously you just mentioned you're one of the few people that's not anti-Jordan Love, but still doesn't think he's the guy, hasn't proven enough to you. If they take a step back this year, it'll start proving you to be right. But I do think part of part of the things that will help him is the team is so young. He doesn't have the diva wide receiver in his ear all the time, David. He doesn't have an offensive lineman that's going to be yelling at him. I mean, they're a young team. I think that benefits Jordan Love greatly.
Much bigger expectations this year. And now what Tua alluded to after signing the contract over the weekend, Tua said, hey, man, I'm the highest paid guy in the organization. I got to deliver. It's on me. Jordan Love has to deliver now. Welcome to the land of Favre and Rodgers there, big fella. And he's really done it for half a year. So, to me, he still makes the one big mistake a game, cost him dearly in the divisional game against the Niners. I hope he's on his way. I do. Mark, even his college career, he had a great junior year. New coach, new system his senior year, he was a mess. He's been up and down. I saw him twice last year. He was bad both times. Saw him in Las Vegas against the Raiders. Bad. Saw him against the Giants. Bad. I mean, you don't think that a guy who's getting paid at the top of his sport could ever be bad. I mean, average, above average on a bad day. But I mean, Jordan Love can be bad. That's not supposed to happen at 55 per. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, I think bad can happen to anybody. You have 2 bad games a year. I can live with that. I'm more worried about the bad throw every game, David, than I am the 2 clunkers a year, if you know what I mean. Because you can play particularly well, have that one bad pass, and it costs you the football game.
So, Jordan Love and Tua, them boys got paid. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Worth.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, DC, besides Mahomes and Brady in the last 8 seasons, who else has appeared in the Super Bowl? Burrow?
Stafford.
No, in the AFC.
Oh, in the AFC.
I mean, Brady appeared in 16, 17, 18. Mahomes in 19, 20. Burrow in 21. And then Mahomes. So in the last 8 Super Bowls in the AFC, and by the way, if you want to go back further, I mean, we can go all the way back to 2013. The only other, Peyton Manning. I mean, in the last 11 years in the AFC, only 4 quarterbacks have made the Super Bowl. And 3 of them were Brady, Manning, and Mahomes. So, you know, are you saying Josh Allen shouldn't be paid? Signing bonuses are divvied up over the length of the contract. So, yes, they can change, you know, how much a contract counts against the cap 1 year compared to the next. But the other thing is, like, Tua's contract is, you know, both those contracts are a little more than 20% of the cap. That's all. And they're going to keep going down. DC, the whole Bo Nix. Man, you people are fascinated in the Twitch chat room with Bo Nix.
Yeah, I we'll have egg on our face if you guys are right. I think he sucks.
Imagine that first training camp, first round picks getting hyped up. I mean, let's see if can he play? Can we give the guy a chance?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Our poll question has to deal with the quarterbacks on Friday who got paid. And actually, we just stuck with Tua. Because, you know, I mean, I know we're in Huntsville, Alabama, and soon to be in Franklin County, Tennessee. But I mean, you know, the guts of the show's listeners are in Florida. So we're asking you, Tua, 53.1 a year. Is that just the cost of doing business, or are they bat blank crazy?
Well, according to one poster on X, David, they're bat blank crazy because Nick simply responded to our poll question by saying Tua is garbage.
Well, there you go. Well, Nick, you got to admit, at least he's hot garbage. Hello.
Tua is garbage.
So in our Twitch chat room, there's a few people who are obsessed with playoff wins, which is a good thing to be obsessed with. I got to be honest. And it just goes to show, particularly in the AFC. I mean, I forget who it was in our Twitch chat room, Mark, who said, well, how many Super Bowl performances? In the AFC, in the last 8 years, 7 of the last 8 appearances have been by guys named Brady or Mahomes. I mean, if that's how we're going to pay quarterbacks, ain't nobody in the AFC going to get paid. I mean, you're not going to pay Josh Allen, not going to pay Lamar. And I know Lamar has struggled in the postseason. Josh Allen's 500 in the postseason, by the way.
Which is actually a really good record in the postseason.
Yeah.
Because unless you win the last game, you're guaranteed to lose one. If you get in. Of all the quarterbacks that get in, only one of them has a donut. And you all know this. But when you start thinking in terms of how many playoff games, to go 1-1 in the playoffs is pretty good.
And also we can have the debate as to whether or not a one-loss record is a quarterback stat. I mean, Mark Sanchez's all-time playoff record's 4-2. All 4 wins on the road, by the way. You know how many quarterbacks have 4 road playoff wins in like the history of the NFL? Not many. And are we going to put Mark Sanchez on any pantheon of quarterbacks? They don't even do that at USC. But it was an interesting question, I thought, Mark, that was thrown our way in the Twitch chat room. Rest of the decade, because essentially the quarterbacks that are getting signed now are signing 4 or 5 year extensions. So they're under contract this year, and then they're signing contracts that will take them through 2028 or 2029. So we've got 6 more seasons left in the decade. How many Super Bowl appearances? Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Tua, they've all signed for 53 or more million a year this offseason. Jordan Love, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, 6 seasons. 12 potential Super Bowl appearances, obviously, because Jordan Love's in the NFC, so you can go 6 on either side. What would you place the over-under at?
1.5.
I like it. I like it. Which way would you bet?
Under. Quickly, too.
First team of the 3, by the way. That could be tomorrow's poll question.
We are just these out. Holy cow.
I mean, there you go. Trevor, Tua, Jordan. All right. They all signed for big money. Which quarterback is in the Super Bowl first? Trevor, Tua, or Jordan Love?
Who would you vote for on that one, by the way? I'd vote Jordan Love.
I would play the percentages, NFC easier. I would probably go Jordan Love. But here's the funny thing. For all the winning that the Packers have done for 30 years of winning with 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. I mean, what, 20 playoff appearances in the last 32 seasons? How many times have they made it to the Super Bowl? 3. 3. I mean, come on now. Last 32 years. Favre's first year in Green Bay was 92. They've played 32 seasons with Favre, Rodgers, 1 with Jordan Love. Okay? Come on. I mean, I don't know if anybody's won more Patriots probably the only team who's won more playoff games in the 32 years than the Packers have. They've been in the Super Bowl 3 times. And they haven't been in 13 years.
It's again why I'm going 1.5 and I'm taking the under. as you pointed out with Brady and then Mahomes, we've dealt with dominance at the quarterback position in championship games and in the Super Bowl, particularly in the AFC.
It
So
also
to join that group takes something, and it takes more than just the quarterback.
I mean, hey, Lamar's won 2 MVPs, and think of the pressure he's under. Dude, you're not that good in January. I mean, you're great September through December. What's the deal in January? You do know that's the money month, right? That's the make it happen month. I mean, time to perform there, big fella. You know, Josh Allen. Now, probably should have gone to 1 by now. If Sean McDermott could have coached 13 seconds at the end of a playoff game, they probably would have been to 1. But when's Josh Allen and the Bills going to get to the big game? Our $20. When do you think that's going to happen? Because nobody thinks it's going to happen this year, by the way. Not get to the Super Bowl. Maybe win the division, get to the playoffs, that sort of deal. But nobody's got them going to the big game this year. Nobody thinks they're as good this year as they've been the last 4. So when are Josh Allen and the Bills going to even get to the game? When is Lamar and the Ravens going to get to the game? They've been the number 1 seed twice in the last 5 years. That Mahomes guy, that's a problem.
I was just going to say, who's the quarterback that gets back to the Super Bowl or gets to the Super Bowl first, not named Mahomes?
I mean, isn't this Brady and the Patriots all over again?
Damn right it is.
Legendary coach, legendary quarterback. Defense that comes up clutch. We'll say, though, guy nobody's talking about in terms of getting paid. How much are the Niners going to have to pay Brock Purdy?
It's got to be in the same class as all the rest of these quarterbacks that are getting signed.
Don't see how he can take a dime less than Jordan Love.
Would you?
Well, no, but I'm just saying. I mean, so you're the Niners. And by the way, the Niners have over 40 guys who are free agents at the end of this year. It's another reason why, if you're San Francisco, you hold on to Ayuk, because your window could be 2024. That roster could look staggeringly different in 25 and 26. But it's another poll question, by the way. Who's going to be the first $60 million a year quarterback? Purdy, Dak, a renegotiated Mahomes or Allen, who both are making to the mid-40s now. How underpaid do they look?
Mahomes especially. But he's using the Brady method.
Yes.
He's been taking less when everybody knows he deserves more. And they have a team around him. Maybe the best ones he's had in a couple of years. They won the Super Bowl.
The last 2. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill, the Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Are we talking like fast food restaurants? What are we? Mom, grandma? What are we talking, Feeny? Best breakfast.
Watched a little bit Saturday morning ambient.
You've never seen field hockey? Really? Growing up, they made the women wear these ugly plaid skirts. I would DC because if the three of them combined need to each get one playoff win a year for 6 years. So I would take the over on playoff wins.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour. Kyle Sielaff, the radio voice of the Miami Marlins. He will join us. The Marlins beginning, I don't know if call it a fire sale, but they're transitioning again. We'll talk to Kyle about it. The Marlins actually playing decent baseball the last few weeks, but their season's been over for 3 months, so it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Poll question: Tua got paid. Then 6 hours later, Jordan Love got paid, but we're focusing on Tua. Dolphins, a little over $53 million a year, 4-year extension. So do you think that's just the cost of doing business, or do you think they're nuts? That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Majority of you think it's cost of doing business. Okay.
Although few texters obviously voicing their displeasure with Tua. This texter says Tua is just a numbers guy, looks good on paper, but can't win the big one on the field. We talked about which quarterback we would take out of the Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, and Tua conversation of who's going to most likely get to a Super Bowl.
First,
right. First, saying you'll pick Love simply because the NFC isn't saying you think he's good. It's saying you think the NFC is terrible as a whole. Give me Trevor. And then we were talking a little bit about Lamar and other quarterbacks in the AFC, and this person says Lamar's an A+ at running the ball. At best, a C throwing. I don't think he'll ever get them to a Super Bowl. 21,000 is the number if you want to text the show.
So something happened yesterday, which is noteworthy, because the U.S. in men's basketball, they beat Serbia. Serbia's got this, the two-time MVP Jokic guy. Or is he 3 MVPs now? I think this year that's 3, right? 3 out of the last 4, I think, Jokic. Because didn't he go back-to-back and then
Embiid won, right?
And then Jokic. So I think he's won 3 of the last 4. So, and the U.S. did a good job. They held him to 20 points and 8 assists. So Steve Kerr has told his team, he's got 12 guys. And he has said, listen, here's the deal. I'm only playing 10. And, what 2 I sit, it depends on the game and the matchups. So don't get bent out of shape. This has nothing to do with what we've done in the NBA. This is all about the Olympics. This is 6 games. That's it. Just think about it that way. This is a 6-game tournament. That's all that matters. So yesterday, against Serbia, he plays Kevin Durant, who had hardly practiced for the last month because of a calf strain. And because of the matchups, Mark, he didn't play Tyrese Halliburton. Okay. I mean, 3rd-team All-NBA, but okay. And Jason Tatum. That's right, the best player on the best team in the league, who's 1st-team All-NBA. Didn't play. Not a second. Now, these are the other 10 that, in theory, he'd have to sit 2 of. LeBron, Embiid, Steph, Devin Booker, Drew Holiday. I mean, our bench. This is our bench. How do you think this group would do if they were competing on their own in the Olympics? Durant, Bam Adebayo, Anthony Davis, Anthony Edwards, and White from the Celtics, Derek White.
David, our second team would win gold. That's why I don't get too excited about the basketball portion of the Olympics. It's when they're on, it's really fun to watch. I mean, just from a standpoint of pure basketball, when Durant was doing what he was doing yesterday from the mid-first into the second quarter, was spectacular. It really was.
Yeah. Didn't miss a shot in the first half, was 8 of 9 in the game. Scored 23 points in 17 minutes. It's ridiculous. I mean, LeBron, by the way, 27 minutes, 21 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds. Listen, Jordan's better than LeBron. I get it. Nobody's been this good at 39. I'm sorry. Nobody's been this good at 39 years of age. Ever. Don't want to hear it.
Dwayne Wade, who's doing the color commentary, said, I wonder what I did wrong in life when I watched LeBron play.
And that was a shoe-in, walk-in Hall of Famer right there.
Right. Watching him play at 39, he's awestruck by it.
So they're playing the South Sudan on Wednesday. You know, the team that is 40-point underdogs, lost to them by 1 like a week or so ago in, one of the warm-ups. 30.5-point favorites are the U.S. So, Coach, who you sitting? And remember, you got to sit 2. I'll say it again. Jason Tatum, first team All-NBA, didn't play a second in our Olympic opener yesterday. Not a second.
Yeah, that's, to me, a little bit of an oversight. I get that he said he's only going to play 10. Really?
That's what he says. He says you don't have time, 10-minute quarters, don't have time. It just doesn't make sense. No, I'm playing 10. Yeah, Steve Kerr did say after the game, I understand I'm an idiot for not playing Jason Tatum. An idiot. I get it. But it was the matchups. It's how it worked out. And Jason Tatum's got to be thinking, really? There's an opponent that I don't match up well enough to play against? Once again, I'm the third Celtic on this team, and I'm the one not playing.
I will say they played hard in that game against Serbia. There was just a simple possession in which it switched off, and LeBron had to guard Jokic. And he was fronting him to not get the ball. And you're watching LeBron work to front him, to make sure that they don't get the ball inside. Just little things like that. It's fun to watch the best players on the planet work hard, because I think there are times in which we watch the NBA and don't always think they're working hard. And as you pointed out earlier, it's 6 games.
Yep. And now it's down to 5.
And if we really think South Sudan's a game, or is it more like 4.5?
So
thank God we don't have to play North Sudan.
Right. Well, never mind. It's kind of like being in the MAC. I mean, I don't want to play West Sudan or East Sudan. I mean, the directional Michigan schools and the directional Sudan basketball teams, they are a problem. But
always tough on Maction.
So we're going to get South, North, East, and West Sudan games on Tuesdays and Wednesdays on the Deuce then? Is that how that's going to go? All right. So anyway, just thought it was worth mentioning.
I think those are streaming on Amazon, David.
CW. I actually think South and North and East and West Sudan, that could be CW. They got ACC, they got Oregon State, Washington State, and coming up in this winter, ACC basketball and Sudan basketball. We've got it for you here. Tom Brenneman with the call on the CW.
And Castellanos with a home run to left.
But anyway, worth pointing out, 2 of those guys are going to be sitting every game. And of course, I mean, LeBron's not sitting. Steph's not sitting. And I mean, he could
KD's coming off the bench.
He could sit Durant, though, to protect that calf. You could see where he just says, no, I'm sitting you out this one. Could. By the way, Steph had never played in the Olympics until yesterday.
First shot was a made 3. As well it should be.
Yeah. But, so it's just worth pointing out. 2 of the 12 are going to sit every game. That's according to Steve Kerr. He says, that's all I can do. I can only do 10. Okay. All right. So when first team and third team All-NBA are sitting out the first game, good luck who's sitting out the second. Miller and Moulton.
They're going to have a locker room meeting here pretty soon about these type of things. They keep sitting these guys out. Might be a players-only meeting coming, David, about time out there.
Come on now. I got to put country first. I got to suck it up. Got to suck it up. Everybody here has gotten paid. Again, there's nobody here who's playing for a contract. Everybody on this team has gotten paid. And everybody on this team, I think, has sneakers from Nike. So, I mean, everybody's taken care of, Mark. Gold medal or bust. Nobody will remember. I felt badly for Embiid yesterday. All right, getting booed because he decided to play for the U.S. And the French are not happy. And they booed him. He was only out there like 7 minutes, but they're not happy with him. And, you got to admit, if he decided to play for France, I'd be pretty damn good because it's a pretty damn good team without him.
Would have been really interesting 4 years from now.
I think it could have been interesting these 2 weeks if he had played for France.
I don't.
Really? Him and Wemby?
And what else?
Well, I think they medal.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant to give the U.S. an actual game.
Well, I mean, 1 game showdown. Remember, you can't put Embiid against Embiid. I mean, we'd have to guard him. Anthony Davis gets in foul trouble. What are we going to do with him?
I'll let him have his.
Okay.
Let him go for 40. Make sure no one else gets more than 15. You'll be just fine.
So Miller and Moulton. So Tua's getting paid, got paid. Jordan Love got paid. Everybody's gotten paid. Purdy and Dak, they're free agents at the end of the year, essentially. Dak can't be tagged. Purdy can, I believe.
But that
Nobody
tag
wants
number is
to do
getting
that.
pretty significant with the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we've signed all these new contracts, a tag for a quarterback's not cheap.
Although, like Trevor's contract isn't $55 million this year. Tua's not 53 this year. Jordan Love is not 53 this year. So I'll be curious. Like they do, the tag is the average of the top 5 contracts. But next year, I'm curious, don't they do it based off of this year's salary?
Okay, so if that's the case, then they could get away with a tag that might be in the 40s.
You're right, because Burrow's on the books this year for double nickel, I believe. Although, no, this year's the final year of his rookie deal. Also, because he's in the same draft class as Tua. So I'm curious, actually, what the quarterback tag would be for next year.
But as we pointed out, that is the first bit of ink on the divorce papers is tagging your quarterback. It doesn't work out very well for either party when you go that route.
Pat Kerwin believes once you tag a guy, the divorce proceedings have begun. He goes, just take a look at how many guys end up not doing deals with the team that tags them. That as soon as they can get away from that team, they do. And the most high-profile one recently was Saquon and the Giants.
Who, by all indications, didn't really give the Giants a shot at matching the Eagles' offer.
And he didn't have to. He didn't contractually have to. He kind of sort of gave his word. Well, my guess is over the last couple of years, the Giants probably had given their word that they would take care of him. So, listen, I don't blame Saquon at all. And I'm a lifelong Giants fan. He's a 26, 27-year-old running back. Mark, you've got 2-3 years left at the top of your game if you stay healthy. What team you want to play for, what offensive line you want to run behind, Giants or the Eagles?
Well, David, it's not even close.
Okay.
It's not even close. And I don't think that even if given the offer, I don't think the Giants would have been able to re-sign him regardless with what the offer was by the Eagles.
It's funny. I thought that was the contract they should have offered him the year before. So he'd be on year 2 of a 4-year deal if they had offered him that contract the year before. I thought they should have told Daniel Jones, really? You think somebody else out there is going to pay you $40 million? Good luck. Good luck. That if they were holding firm at the Baker Mayfield $35 million level, that they should have said, take your chances out there. Good luck, young man. Think teams were clamoring a year ago to sign Daniel Jones? Come on.
Off of what?
Well, I mean, he had a solid 2022, and they won 9 games and won a playoff game on the road. And so, he finally stayed healthy, started every game. He's got the mobility. Maybe somebody would have bet on him. Maybe, who knows? It might have been Tampa Bay, Mark. I mean, they might have gone for Daniel Jones in free agency instead of, signing Baker. Who knows? But if I'm the Giants, I would have said, knock yourself out. I don't think there's the market for you that you think there is.
And now it's handcuffed the franchise into losing their best player and banking on Daniel Jones this year. Miller and Moulton. Kyle Sielaff to talk some Marlins baseball and the trades next.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
David Moulton and Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Kyle's all set.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Thrilled to be joined by the radio voice of the Miami Marlins, Kyle Sielaff. Once again, you can follow him on X, Kyle_Sielaff, Sielaff. You'll also hear him on the ACC network throughout the football season. Kyle, it's David and Mark. Top of the morning to you. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me on. It's been a while.
It has. We wanted to let everything just kind of, get through the break, get almost through the trade deadline and what have you. But listen, before we get to the deals and the fact, for what it's worth, the Marlins have actually been playing a lot better of late. Split a 4-gamer with the Mets, won a series back-to-back against the two first-place teams, the Orioles and the Brewers. But is yesterday kind of why you love the job that you have? The Marlins trading guys, dismal season, yet you broadcast something's only, in fact, you've broadcasted the last 2 years. It never happened in Marlins history. In the last 2 years, they've had two guys hit for the cycle. Xavier Edwards yesterday with the cycle, even in a loss. I mean, isn't that kind of why you show up at the park?
I would say so, yes. And I think what made yesterday even more special for Xavier was that hitting out of the leadoff spot 24 hours after Jazz Chisholm Jr. was traded to New York, Xavier Edwards, the first pitch he sees in the ball game, he puts it into the seats in right field. So not only did he cycle yesterday, the first pitch of the game, he hits a home run. It was his first major league homer. So yes, it is special. It's fun to get those opportunities. I think about the families, and I hope it's a little keepsake that they'll have forever. And it's true, and I know that you guys certainly know this, especially as it pertains to baseball. You could see something in a 10-2 game that's never been seen before, and heck, that's why you show up to the ballpark every day.
Yeah, and with that home run by Edwards, it was only, I thought I heard this morning, the 5th time ever that a guy hit for the cycle, hitting the home run for hitting his first home run of the year, doing so. So, crazy stuff in that regard. But as David mentioned, the Marlins have been playing a little bit better. What is this just a matter? Last year they won all the one-run games.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to keep that up 2 years in a row. What's been the biggest problem this year, Kyle?
Oh man, it's a loaded question. I'm not really sure where to start. I think you do start on the mound. Obviously, they have 7 starting pitchers on the injured list, including literally every single guy they thought would start the season in the rotation. There's no Sandy, there's no Yuri, there's no Luzardo, there's no Garrett, there's no Weathers. Max Meyer, just came back up 2 days ago. He made 3 starts very early on in the season. They're obviously trying to control his innings limitations coming off the Tommy John surgery in what has become a bit of a lost season in the win-loss column, and we're not going to rush him back up. So I do think you have to start with the pitching. You quite literally can never have enough of it, which has been evidenced by this season with the Marlins. And then offensively, they traded Luis Ariz. They didn't have Jorge Soler back with some of the power potential. Bell and Berger have been a little bit slow at times, but they've really got it going lately. They just don't have as good as a team that they had last season. And the decision has been made, and I certainly get it. Not trying to peddle any agenda, but in order for this organization to create sustainable winning, it just requires so much talent down at the minor league level. So they're drafting and they're trading and they're going to infuse a bunch of talent, and hopefully a bunch of that talent becomes major leaguers. But just not as good of a team as they had last season.
Kyle, anytime a Marlins fan sees and hears about something like this happening, they think, oh, great. Now it's going to be years, 3, 4, 5 years. So we're ever potentially good again. And that's if we get it right. But is it possible that because literally an entire starting rotation is out injured and could theoretically all be back next year 100%, that maybe this doesn't have to take so long?
I would agree with you. I don't think it needs to take so long, but it will not be rushed. They're not going to try to put lipstick on a pig if they feel like the starting rotation is really good. It's going to take a while to develop offense within the system. I unfortunately I don't know what other way to put that. I don't envision them next season going in spending a ton on free agents. And obviously, if you're going to go after some of the free agent bats in baseball, you start to dip your toes into some waters that maybe they're not going to be comfortable doing. And I understand that. It's going to take a little bit of time. Now, does that mean 5 years? I don't know. I would hope not. I think we are at a place now in the game where you do see rebuilds within reason. I mean, the Nationals, it's been since 2019, so this is kind of season 5, but the Marlins are in such a good place with the pitching that you do hope if they could expedite some of the controllable bats and they can find some offense within the system and then go out in coming years and maybe buy a bat or two, that it won't take that long, but you just never know. I just think it's way too hard to tell.
Did the Marlins get enough for Chisholm in your estimation?
I do. I think so. And they've already made, to me, and look, I said this on the air in recent days. If you go back to the Luis Arraez deal, they got the top overall draft pick by the Padres last season, 2 additional prospects and a reliever that was DFA'd, but who's now back in the system, I believe. Fast forward to AJ Puck, and they get the De Los Santos kid who's having the best season in minor league baseball among offensive players. Now they trade for Jazz Chisholm Jr., 2 top 10 consensus prospects within the Yankee system, according to Baseball America, and then a very young infielder. The kid that was the catcher that they got back in the Chisholm deal, Ramirez, he has a chance to be really, really good, and he is really, really close. He's not 18 years old and high A, and you have no idea. He has hit his way through every single level of the minor leagues. I would expect him to continue to do that. I do think there's a chance we could see him and De Los Santos, the other kid that they got in the Puck deal a couple of days ago. I think you could see them both in the major leagues potentially down the stretch here this season. There will be a multitude of trades coming within the next 24 hours from the Marlins. And I go back and I bring up the Arraez thing. You get 3 to 4 players there. You get 2 players in the Puck deal. You get 3 in the Jazz deal. If you make 2 to 3 more of those trades and you add all those kids into a draft class from this season, all of a sudden you're probably revamping just 1 year alone your entire top 30 system. And if you do that for multiple seasons, you're going to give yourself a really good chance to win down the road. To answer your question in the long form, I do believe they got enough for Jazz.
Kyle Sielaff, voice of the Miami Marlins, also does work for the ACC Network. Follow him on X, Kyle_Sielaff, Kyle_SIELAFF. All right. What do we got here? 32 hours, something like that, 34 hours to the deadline. Josh Bell, do you think Berger? Okay, more pitchers. Who's vulnerable to be dealt here?
I would start with the bullpen, and I think just about every single guy in that bullpen right now is vulnerable to be dealt, and I seriously mean that. The Marlins bullpen has been incredible, and there is an intriguing piece to a team that's contending out there with every single one of these guys based on need. There was a report yesterday that Josh Bell has been placed on waivers. That is not uncommon. Obviously, that's kind of like clerical work sometimes this time of the season. That does happen. That did not catch me off guard. There's still a chance he could be traded if he does go unclaimed through the waiver process. I'm sure teams will call on Jake Berger. I'm sure teams will call on Brian De La Cruz. I could see the Marlins having one of the more active trade deadlines of any team that we have seen in recent seasons. I could see them dealing upwards of 4 to 5 more guys.
Do you think the fan base, and we can all debate the size of it, but do you think the fan base can handle this? I mean, we all know the history. They've been put through a lot.
It's a good question. I mean, I hope so, but I've done my best to be as transparent as possible on the air, and I do sympathize with the fan base because it's something that they've heard a lot of over and over again, right? Patience. What fan of any sports team wants to have patience? None of us, because we love watching our team win. This will require a little bit of patience. I do think that I don't know if energized obviously would be the right word, but I think when they see what Peter is doing, the quality and caliber of the trades that have already been made and the ones coming within the next 24 hours, I do think the real baseball-y type fans that like to see kind of what they're getting type of deal, I think they'll be able to handle it. I think they'll understand it more than they'll handle it. But again, I sympathize with every team of any fan of any sports team when you're told to be patient. And unfortunately, that is the position the Marlins are in again right now. They have to be patient. But if they are patient and under the direction of Peter Bendix, this is his opportunity to do things his way for the first time as the president of baseball operations. I really do think that it can work out, but only time will tell.
Kyle, have a great home stretch. Thanks for making time for us. We'll check up again, I don't know, around Labor Day, if that's okay.
Sounds good, guys. Anytime. Happy to hop on.
Kyle Sielaff, he's the radio voice of the Miami Marlins. You can also see and hear him on the ACC network. Follow Kyle on X, Kyle_Sielaff, Sielaff.
And he thinks they're a long way from done. So that's a lot of moves. If 4 to 5 guys more being dealt, that could increase, as he just talked about, that top 30. That puts a lot of new bodies into the equation for the Marlins.
The other way to look at it is, so let me get this straight. You have a really good bullpen, and you're trading away your best or second best everyday player. What if you just brought everybody back and the starting pitching came back healthy next year? I mean, what would the team look like? I mean, if you're a fan at some point, don't you just wish, why don't you just bring the pitching back next year? See how we do. No? Just a thought.
Well, it's definitely a thought, but they need bats because they do not score runs at all.
They do. But here's what they need in all seriousness, Mark. Okay, they need to be declared like the number one organization in baseball. When this whole deadline's done and heading into the offseason, they need all the baseball people to go, well, let me tell you, the Marlins have the best system in baseball. Seriously. They need to be like what the Orioles were for 2 years and still are, what the Astros were when they tanked. Okay, that's what the Marlins need. The Marlins need all the baseball people to go, listen, it's painful, but let me tell you, they are loaded for bear. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
It's a great question, Mac. It really is. But I think 0 for 17 is worse. But it's really close.
Morning, baby Jules. Mac, I actually think the White Sox is worse. And I know how could you be worse than losing all your games, but to have 2 losing streaks of 14 or more in a baseball season, that's unflippin' believable. Well, in the NFL, there's a floor. Well, the owners want a floor in baseball. The owners want a cap. Players won't agree to any of it.
When you could argue if there was a floor, they could actually make more money.
Well, who was it that we had on last week? J.P. Peterson, who thinks that as soon as shovels go in the ground, that Stu's going to sell. Well, they don't have $1 billion payroll, but the argument was they spent over $1 billion last offseason, but that's, $700 million over for Ohtani, but that's actually over 20 years.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this final Monday of July. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Magic numbers 3 days to the Hall of Fame game. Texans and Bears. The expectation is Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall pick, will play. 26 days away, Florida State, Georgia Tech, week 0 in Dublin. 33 days away, less than 5 weeks to week 1 of the college football season. And 5 weeks Thursday, 8 days away, Ravens and Chiefs to get the 2024 NFL season started. And our poll question is NFL based. It's about Tua getting paid. Friday afternoon, $53.1 a year on a 4-year extension. At the time, it made him the 3rd highest paid quarterback in the league going forward, beginning in 2025. As it turns out, he's now the 4th highest paid because 6 hours later, Jordan Love got $55 a year beginning next year. They'll both reach free agency at age 30, by the way. In which the cap will be well over $400 million in my estimation by then.
If that's the case, I mean, just think about that. When we talk about 20% of the payroll or 20% of the cap going to the quarterback, that means quarterbacks at that time could be making upwards of $80 million per year.
Now, Pat Kerwin always throws the 16% number out there. That's what he wants his quarterback to no more than 16%, basically 1/6 of the cap. He wants to spend it on the quarterback. And remember, these 53 and 55 million a year deals don't kick in till next year. Well, now let's look at next year's cap. What are we at now? 248 and change, something like that. If it goes up 10%, we're talking 273, and then probably 300 million by 2026. So, let's just say in the 270s, that means Jordan Love would be right around 20% of the cap, maybe 20% and smidge. Tua would actually be just under 20% of the cap. So for 1 year, their salaries, and we don't know what their cap figure is, by the way, those years, but just their salary, if that's what their cap hit was, would be slightly high. Slightly. But then by year 2, it actually kind of fit the model. Tua would. Jordan Love would still be slightly high. But you know what we're getting at here? This sounds bat blank crazy in 2024. By 2026 and 2027, this is going to be, guys are going to be going, man, I'm actually the 9th highest paid quarterback. What's going on?
Well, can we now finally end this argument that people are going to turn away from sports based on the salaries of players? We're not turning away. We're watching more than we've ever watched before.
It's true.
What's the only thing that's getting watched on live on television? Live sports.
Mm-hmm.
We're consuming sports, every sport, more than we've ever consumed it.
The only sport that right now has some explaining to do is the NBA. Now, they just got their big TV deal, so they may not care. But their audience actually is the same or has gone down in the 2020s. And so they may want to, now that everybody's getting paid, they may want to go have a couple meetings and try to figure out, okay, let's try to fix what's a little broken here. I know if I was the networks who just spent $76 billion over the next 11 years, I'd kind of like them to sit down and fix what's broken a little bit, help us out a little if you could. And I think it coincides with the whole load management thing. It's the only sport. I mean, what is driving baseball fans a little crazy, Mark? That how they feel pitchers are being babied and taken out at a certain pitch count. And, wow, if you get 6 innings out of a starting pitcher now, oh my goodness. Never mind how many starters are being taken out in the 5th or after 5. In the NBA, hell, they're not even, pitching these guys 5 innings 20% of the season. They're just sitting them out. I think fans got a problem with load management.
They do. And the numbers have been a little more stagnant. I mean, even their playoff numbers were down a little bit. It's tough to judge the NBA because it's so top heavy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No Golden State making a run, no Lakers making a run, but you did have the Celtics win the title. The Celtics. That's pretty damn good.
It is.
But, when you get long playoff runs by Minnesota, Indiana, not ideal. But Olympics off to a good start from a TV rating standpoint. We'll see if they continue. Some backlash over the opening ceremonies and some of the avant-garde. That's how it's being portrayed. Some people feel it's something quite different. So we'll see whether or not there's a blowback on Olympic viewing over the next couple days.
I do want, as you're driving into work today and a little water cooler talk, if someone watched the opening ceremonies, can you find out if Peyton Manning spoke? They had one, I thought, pretty funny scene. They did a stand-up in which Peyton had the wristband like the quarterback has with the play.
Okay.
And they showed that, and he kind of flipped it a couple times, and that was cute. That was fun. The problem is that he never used the wristband while broadcasting because he had nothing to say. They would go large periods of time without Kelly Clarkson or Peyton Manning speaking. It was all Tirico.
Now, I didn't watch a second of it, and I've yet to see or hear from Snoop. Does anybody have an opinion on Snoop? Never
Snoop
mind.
Has got the greatest gig in the world because I'm not I've watched a lot of the Olympics. I've not heard a lot from Snoop. I've seen Snoop a ton. They seem to show Snoop. He does a little dance. He unzipped his shirt at the gymnastics to show the picture that he had of Simone Biles on his shirt. And then they go back to coverage. It looks to me like Snoop was just brought to Paris to take in the games, and NBC can get some shots of him taking in the games.
I agree. I have seen Snoop at multiple events. I just don't know if he's spoken. And apparently Simone Biles' mom gave him a hard time because she said, we've met before. Okay, we waited for an autograph like 10 years ago, and you basically blew us off. Yikes.
Ouch.
And very quickly they changed the subject. But so, your thoughts on the Olympic coverage so far, and whether you're in, whether you're going to be more in. So text line 21,000, Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton.
Swimming's been great so far. Obviously, the hoop's off to a good start. The gymnastics is off to a great start. But I've found the swimming to be fantastic. But it is interesting in watching. I happened to see Simone live on the beam yesterday morning. When they showed it at night, because my wife's got to watch it twice, it sounded to me like they had a completely different commentating of it than they did live. Because when it started, they went into, hey, her first move's really important here. And I'm watching it on tape. and it wasn't the same commentary. I'm like, well, that's interesting. They didn't like what they did the first time, so they redid the commentary for the night show. Okay.
That is interesting that they wouldn't just, re-rack it, if you know what I mean.
Right. I just found that to be odd.
So 21,000 on the text line, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton in the chat room. Your thoughts on the Olympics thus far and how much of it you have watched. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, the Gold Zone switches out of things too much for me, baby Jules. And Jack Collinsworth drives me bat blank crazy. And my only complaint about Peacock, and this is maybe getting in too deep, is that it's tough to find things via the app. It just, like, I was trying to go find the Andy Murray tennis, and it just had tennis outer courts. It didn't have who the matches were. So that bummed me out.
Yeah, Dan Hicks, I believe, will now do Notre Dame.
What's that?
They were just commenting about Jack Collinsworth, I guess.
Yeah, that was me who started that.
Gotcha. And so somebody said, thank goodness he's no longer doing Notre Dame games. I said, yeah, I believe they went to Dan Hicks. It won't, because she works for ESPN.
Ooh.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, Friday afternoon, Tua got paid 53.1 a year. The 0.1 moved them ahead of Jared Goff on the list. The time made him, going forward, the third highest paid quarterback in the league. 6 hours later, Jordan Love passed him and moved Tua down to the 4 slot. He's no longer a medalist when it comes to salaries, but these contract extensions, the only one that's on the books now, actually, I don't think any of them are. I mean, Burrow's $55 million a year extension doesn't kick in till next year. So Tua, Burrow, Trevor. I mean, Trevor's got 2 years left till his extension kicks in. You know, Love doesn't start making that money now. So, you know, but going forward, that's what's on the books. You know, Herbert's at like 52.5 mark. Goff's at 53. Hurts is at 51. You know, for what it's worth. You know, we'll see if Josh Allen and Mahomes get their contracts renegotiated. Got Dak and Brock Purdy next year. Okay.
The $50 million quarterback is upon us. That's the norm. I mean, that's the rate.
And we cannot reiterate what an amazing job Jason Light and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers general manager did this offseason. He gets Baker Mayfield to accept 3 for 105, 35 a year. And he gets Mike Evans to accept 2 for 43. I mean, Mike Evans is still the number one wide receiver. You don't want to put him in the JJ class, and that's fine. But Mike Evans is the number one wide receiver. There aren't 15 receivers in the league better than Mike Evans.
Shows getting it done when they got it done too, David. They didn't waste any time. They got these deals done in a hurry before the market reset, if you will. Because I don't know if they're able to get Evans for what they got him for if they wait longer. Receivers started getting paid. I'm sure Mike Evans is sitting there going, I might have left some money on the table.
And I don't know if it matters, but to me, it also shows that guys want to be there. Now, what is interesting, though, is that it came out over the weekend, Mark, that it's not going as well with Wirfs, the tackle, that they're far apart. And this is where, if you're Tampa Bay, I don't know what to tell you. There's been about 5 contracts that have been handed out to tackles here. And we're talking between like 24 and 28 million a year. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to pull here. I mean, if you want to sign him to a 4-year deal, it's going to be at least 100 million, probably at least 110 million. And if you want to go 5 years, you're probably going to have to go, I don't know, $140.
Because he's going to get paid among the highest paid tackles in the league.
Well, he should.
No, but what Sewell's making, what's his AAV, like 17?
No, I mean, think it's much higher than that, I thought. The extension they signed Sewell to in Detroit. $4 for $112.
There
That's
you go.
28 per. 85 guaranteed. And now he's a right tackle. Okay, Wirfs is probably saying, hey, you move me to left tackle. I would say, listen, I know you're going to make that argument. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, tackle is tackle for us. We could adjust our scheme so that the right tackle could be the left tackle, if you know what I mean. So don't want to hear it. But if you're Tristan Wirfs, I mean, you're probably looking at the quarterback thing going, yeah, Sewell signed that contract, a few months ago. So now I'm signing later, therefore I should get paid more. But don't you think, I mean, if you're the Bucks, did you really think you're going to get him for much less than $4 for $112?
I don't know how you could. I just don't know how with the. Again, we'll just use the same phrase, the cost of doing business.
So, by the way, you want to talk about draft picks that come back and bite you? I'm pretty sure Wirfs was the 4th tackle taken in his draft class. And the Bucks traded up one spot to take him, I think, at 14. The Jets took Mekhi Becton at 11. How much different would things be? I mean, by the way, Becton was the one that missed the block on the Bills' edge, who then went and forced Aaron Rodgers to make the maneuver in the pocket that he did where he blew out his Achilles. Now, maybe it would have had nothing to do with it. Who knows? But, I mean, Tristan Wirfs is one of the 5 best tackles in the league, and Mekhi Becton's an all-time bust. Same draft class. Jets could have had either one. They choose Becton.
But there was more upside on Becton, David. He was a raw talent, David.
Right.
So
okay,
remember that.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we wondered about him going into the draft.
We did.
That you can go back and listen to the tape on that one.
Nope. Miller Moan got that one right. And we loved who Tampa Bay took. Loved it at the time, and how could you not love it just about every snap since? And true, he was not as good at left tackle as he was his first 3 years at right tackle. Okay, there's no doubt he was not. He was a dominant right tackle. He was Penei Sewell-like at right tackle. He was. He was not a Trent Williams, dominant left tackle. He wasn't. You're still going to have to pay him. I mean, you're going to have to pay him. It's just the way it is. And it seems foolish to me that you're signing your key guys here. Baker, Evans, the DB. You're not going to re-sign Wirfs?
You could argue it's as important as any of the other signings, including quarterback, because without the tackle, it's a protection job.
I mean, if you play the tag game, you're going to be paying them in the ballpark of what it is that you'd be paying them if you worked it out. So we'll see. But pay attention to that. Apparently, they're, quote, far apart, unquote, in negotiations, which is interesting because Jason Light's had a really good track record lately of negotiating with a lot of different players at a lot of different positions. So that's interesting.
Tampa's one of the teams I'm most excited to watch this year. Don't ask me why. I just think the edge that they'll play with, that Baker sees all these contracts, that Baker's a good quarterback, not a great quarterback, and all the talk being about Atlanta and signing Kirk Cousins and that they're going to take over the division. I'm excited to see what the Bucs have this year.
I do think we have to give them their, quote unquote props. I mean, they've made the playoffs 4 years in a row. They've won the division 3 years in a row. They've never done that before.
Sure, they did it 1 year with a losing record. Who's counting?
Well, don't know what to tell you, man. Division titles, division titles, division title. So just some Tampa Bay Bucs news there. As training camps, a lot of defenses had offense. You're hearing that virtually everywhere. I will say, Mark, this whole Lamar Jackson, he was sick for over a week. Came back to practice, lasted an hour late last week after missing 3 days. I mean, do you have COVID? Seriously, apparently he had a good practice either yesterday or Saturday, finally looked healthy and crowd was loving it and what have you. But I mean, he was sick for over a week, like unable to practice sick.
David, what's the only thing that matters in training camp?
No. Injuries. No, I know.
Okay.
I know.
Just a quick refresher course as you're worried about sickness at camp.
Well, to me, what it showed is Josh Johnson is the backup. Like, I can't believe if you get a week of watching Josh Johnson with the number one team, how you're not going out and getting another quarterback.
Well, same thing in Miami. Apparently both the 2 and 3 when Tua was in his hold-in looked terrible.
Mike White and Skylar Thompson, right? Mm-hmm.
I mean, you mentioned it, Detroit. Hendon Hooker's their backup. I mean, there are a lot of peculiar backups. Who's the backup in Green Bay?
Sean Clifford, I think.
Okay.
Right. Yep. By the way, you said you're kind of excited about the Bucs. Can we play the win-loss game for a second?
I love the win-loss game. You know that, David.
Opening at home with Washington.
It's a big W.
Okay. At Detroit.
It's probably a loss.
Home for Denver.
That's a win.
Now, home for the Eagles.
Interesting.
Yeah, just whooped them in the playoffs. All right. People think more highly of the Eagles than you. Home for the Eagles.
I'll give them a win.
Ooh, okay. So winning the home games, 3-1. Now here we go. Back-to-back road division games, Atlanta and New Orleans.
I'll give them a split.
The Atlanta game's a short week. It's a Thursday night. So they play the Eagles at home, and 4 days later, they're in Atlanta. So
I'll give them a split. I'll give them the loss in Atlanta and the win at New Orleans.
So you're 4-2, and then Monday night, you've got 8 days to prepare for Lamar and the Ravens.
That's a loss.
Okay, you're 4-3, hosting Atlanta.
That's a win.
Because you had them losing to Atlanta the first go around, so they get the split. So they're 5-3 and 2-1 in the division, I believe. Okay. Then they're in Kansas City on a Monday night.
That's a loss.
3, by the way, if you're into, just Tampa sports fan, 3 straight Mondays. October 21st, Bucks hosting the Ravens. The next Monday night is Stamkos back in the arena wearing the Preds jersey against the Lightning. Then the following Monday, all right, Tampa on the road in Kansas City against Mahomes. So you got them losing their 5-4. Now they host the Niners.
That's a loss.
So your Bucks are 5-5, visiting the Giants and the Panthers back to back.
That has to be a W and a W. I know it's 2 wins in a row on the road, but it is against the Giants and the Carolina Panthers.
7-5, hosting the Raiders.
8-5,
visiting the Chargers.
David, we all know how tough it is to go out in LA and take on Harbaugh and the Chargers. I have high expectations for the Bucks, but come on, it's the Chargers.
I understand. 8-6, visiting Dallas.
Probably 8-7.
Which right now is scheduled to be a Sunday night game. We'll see. Usually the Cowboys don't get flexed out. And then the 8-7 Bucks would host the Panthers.
That's a win.
And host the Saints.
That's a win.
So you're sweeping the Panthers and Saints. Because remember, you had them going to New Orleans.
No, I know.
So you have them going 10-7, 5-1 in the division.
That's what they're going to need to do to win the division. I mean, that seems like, and I may have the bar set pretty high for Tampa, but I think that's a realistic season for Tampa Bay.
Well, for what it's worth, 2 years ago, they won 8 games. Last year, they won 9. So, if they keep on keeping on, double-digit season. So just for the record, and I know how much you love to play the schedule game, you have them 10-7, 5-1 in the division. Let me ask you this. Do you think that means you'll win the division in a tiebreaker with the Falcons or win it outright? Or do you think you'll be a wild card? Do you think Atlanta gets to 11?
I think that would tie for the division. And I don't know how, 5-1, that's pretty good.
With a split against Atlanta, it's difficult to imagine that you'd, not win the division tiebreaker there. So, okay. So you just for the record, you just had the Bucks repeating as NFC South champs then.
That's what I have going on right now at this moment in time. I mean, I'll reserve a right to go back and look at this, but based on the schedule game, I can see 10 wins for Tampa Bay.
And then you will pick Atlanta as a wild card, right? A 10-win wild card in the NFC. I mean,
that seems reasonable.
Been a while since a team in the NFC won 10 games didn't make the playoffs.
Exactly.
So, okay. Does that mean, by the way, with the Bucks over under at 7.5, that there's a wager in your future?
Might be during this commercial break. Get those over-unders going. I already bet on an Iowa over this year. We could bet on a Tampa Bay over right now. Don't even need a reason for that, David.
Miller and Moulton, the Diamond District bonus hours next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Atlanta may still win the division if Tampa gets 10, looking at their schedule.
Well, this is where also Atlanta gets a third place schedule. So those three crossover, think about who like Tampa got Baltimore. So I'm guessing Atlanta gets Pittsburgh, who they open with. Right. And they get them at home. Although Tampa gets Baltimore at home. But then also the crossover games in the NFC.
Seattle versus San Francisco.
And what other division?
Detroit versus Minnesota.
Yeah, that's big.
It is.
to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this final Monday of July. It's the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: Tua got paid $53.1 a year for 4 years in an extension. Your thoughts? Is it the cost of doing business, or Dolphins are nuts? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. And I believe cost of doing business is solidly in front.
Solidly in front. Most people understand that that's what it takes now to get your quarterback, and the Dolphins, and for that matter, the Packers, late Friday afternoon took care of both of those issues.
Adam Schefter reporting in the last 10 minutes. We were just talking about Tristan Wirfs and the negotiations with the Bucs, which are not going well, and what it is that it costs to sign your tackles. Well, the Lions' best tackle is actually their right tackle, and they gave Penei Sewell $4 and $1.12. That's $28 a year. Well, they just gave their left tackle, Taylor Decker, $3 for $60 on an extension. So he'll make $13.7 this year, and then for the 3 years after that, he's making $20 per. So for the record, the Lions are going to be spending $48 a year on their tackles, and their quarterback's making $31. And St. Brown got paid too, right?
Yes.
Over 25.
Yes.
So left tackle 20, right tackle 28, quarterback 51. No, excuse me, 53. 53, because Tua got 53.1. So 20, 28, 53. That's $101 million, by the way, on two tackles and the quarterback. And the receiver got, I think, 27. So just, two tackles, quarterback, stud, wide receiver. That's about $130 that the Lions are shelling out, which is, now it takes into effect next year. But even next year, that'll be close to half the cap.
Doesn't it kind of remind you of where, without the quarterback, where the Niners are? The Niners have a couple more, but it's getting up to that level of which it's put up or shut up time, because you've invested the money in the spots and you can't go back now.
Well, and the defensive ends played 2 years, right?
Yeah.
So he'll play 4. They'll pick up his 5th option. This will be his 3rd year. After this year, they'll pick up his option. He'll want to renegotiate. They'll say 1 more year. Take a look. We pay people. So then they'll negotiate an extension for him. Now, in theory, though, that extension won't kick in until 27, in which, if you think about it, some of these guys have already worked off 2 to 3 years of their contracts. So the Lions are going to be playing the game also here coming up. Not right away, but we talk about windows. How many years is the window open for?
And the window just opened for Detroit last year. That was,
right.
I mean, they cracked it open last year. Now they're trying to push that sucker open and see how long it lasts.
So can they push this sucker to the latter part of the decade? These are good players under contract for most of the rest of the decade. We talked earlier, Mark, about just how much of the Olympics have we watched? And I've watched maybe an hour total. You've watched a lot. All right. What I am curious about is, did you catch Mike Tirico and Dawn Staley sitting in studio discussing the U.S. women's basketball team?
David, it was on, and I did not lock in and watch it. I like watching the sports. I don't like watching the interviews. And they do like to give us the interviews, David. And I tend more than anything to start tuning them out and trying to find something else where it's a sport. That's when I go to the gold zone.
Now, she's not the coach, correct? She's been the coach in the past.
Right.
The Minnesota Lynx coach is our U.S. Olympic Cheryl somebody, I believe, is our U.S. Olympic women's basketball coach. But Dawn Staley, who's been our coach, she's also been a flag bearer.
Well, and she's also on the USA Basketball Selection Committee.
Correct. So, and NBC, I believe, has hired her to commentate on the games. So Tirico brings up Caitlin Clark. And this Dawn Staley now saying this, quote, if we had it to do all over again, the way that she's playing, she would be in really high consideration of making the team because she is playing head and shoulders above a lot of people.
Yeah, they missed on that one, David. I mean, they missed.
Oops.
And I'm sure she knew the question was coming, and good for Tirico of asking it because NBC is pissed she's not on the team.
I was going to say.
There's no other word for it. They're pissed.
They got the commercial break, and Mike was like, are these mics off? They are? Yeah, you guys screwed up.
And speaking of commercial breaks, it's what they're really good at during Olympic coverage.
They're good at everything. Nobody does commercial breaks doing sports quite like NBC. But so there you have it. I mean, there's Dawn Staley going, she didn't say the phrase, we got it wrong. But she just said, if we had to do it all over again, the way that she's playing, she would be in really high consideration. And if she had just stopped there, that to me would have been good enough. But she says she would be in really high consideration of making the team because she is playing head and shoulders above a lot of people.
Yeah.
She's not playing as well. She's not
head
playing
and shoulders above.
better. She's playing head and shoulders above, quote, a lot of people. Makes you wonder if they also would have put Angel, if they had it to do over again, would they put Angel Reese on the team? Would they actually put two rookies on the team?
NBC had their way, they would have.
Whew, man, listen, we are stunned. We're stunned. Hey, is Caitlin Nike? She's Nike, isn't she?
I believe so.
I mean, they kept what's his face from the Celtics off the team. They couldn't get Caitlin Clark on the team. I mean, they kept Jaylen Brown off the U.S. men's national team because he's not a Nike guy. They couldn't get Caitlin Clark on the team? Wow, that's using your influence in the wrong way. Come on, if you had that to do over again, you're Nike. Yep. Yes, Jaylen Brown's on the team, but Caitlin Clark's on the team. Or you go Diana Taurasi and Derek White.
You go Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
And think about it, that she is with Nike. They want to sell more shoes. They want to sell more shoes where? Globally. Give her an opportunity to be on the world stage. I mean, the men's basketball ticket's still the most popular ticket in these Olympic Games.
Sure.
As great as the swimming is, and they've got a star in France swimming, as much as they love their soccer and all the other things, the men's basketball ticket's the hottest ticket. Why? Because the NBA stars are there.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And she would have caused a frenzy on the women's side for tickets, I believe, as well.
She's, by the way, she's on vacation. She's out on a boat with her boyfriend, getting sun. She has said, I'm tired. I've been playing basketball for like a year and a half straight. I need a break.
I'm just going to recommend a high SPF for her. She looks like she would burn.
Yes. And by SPF, 412. Maybe.
Exactly.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Do you guys sell Teflon for an SPF? Do you have SPF Teflon? No?
In fact, I would recommend she wears one of those fencing outfits when she's in the sun.
So, but I thought those were very, very, just you got the media and, just, what it is. Most of us haven't covered the women's league. And so, our thoughts are good, bad. And just Dawn Staley just basically said, yeah, we'd like a mulligan. She's really good. We'd love to have her here. I mean, we're going to win all our games by 20 to 30 points, but she's really good. We would do it differently now. If we revoted right now, it'd be very different.
And she went on to talk about her basketball IQ, what a great passer she is, how well she's shooting the ball. She didn't just stop at the end of the quote David read. I mean, that went on for a little while. So that's a miss.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you don't know. I mean, we hope she plays, 15 plus years, but you don't know. Don't know if there'll be injuries. Don't know if she'll quit to start a family. You don't know. I mean, Maya Moore was the best basketball player in the world, walked away. Just walked away. I mean,
yeah, she didn't have Caitlin's endorsement deals, David.
No, that's true.
A little tougher for Caitlin to walk away with the money she's making on the endorsement side of things.
No, that's true. She getting paid
handsomely.
Yeah. I actually think, by the way, that the WNBA, because they're getting $200 million a year from this TV deal for 11 years. If Caitlin Clark plays most of those 11 years, I actually think they're getting shortchanged. It was kind of like when they announced that deal between ESPN and the NCAA and the women's basketball and what it is that they're going to be getting like $60 million a year for the next 10 years or something like that. And then Caitlin Clark and company play and get, 17 ratings and 18 million people watch them. And it's like, yeah, this is a steal.
We'll see. That's a generational phenomenon in Caitlin Clark. Will we see someone of the like? I mean, the girl from USC is terrific. There's some other great women's basketball players out there, but she resonated with a lot of people in a lot of different ways that we've never seen on the women's basketball side. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when and what's on tap. Still 25 minutes away. Thanks for listening. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Funny you say that. It's part of the good, the bad, and the ugly today, Canada Relief. I just saw that story a couple of breaks ago.
Oh.
I will say, when they're showing a lot of sports that you've never seen before, like I put the fencing gold medal on. The lady who was doing the fencing explained the rules so quickly and so efficiently of what you have to do to score and how it's set up. It's like, oh, Eve and I are watching it going, oh, I get it. Handball, field hockey, they don't necessarily do the same thing. They just assume you know, and that's bad. Arch, I agree, because I was watching it, trying to figure it out. Finally got something that, a couple of comments that they made. I'm like, all right, I kind of get it. I did watch a little bit of our U.S. women's rugby team. They got a gal on that team that's just a freight train. She was just running over women.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, a little more than 15 minutes away from the good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, all that sort of thing. With some final thoughts and a pick or two. Hey, we had Kyle Sielaff, the voice of the Marlins, on earlier, but we have not really discussed this at length today. Trade deadlines tomorrow. I think it's 6 o'clock. So teams got, do the math here, about 33 hours. The Rays seem to be conducting a fire sale. They're 3 games out of the playoffs. Are they, if you're a Rays fan, I should say, are you like, what the heck? Or are you like, no, actually, I'm okay with this. This is kind of how we have to do business. We have to do business differently from everybody else.
And is there even the most diehard Rays fan that looks at this team right now and says, well, they can win the World Series? And I don't think that there is. And I don't think just qualifying for the playoffs, David, and getting knocked out in the first round is what the Rays fan wants. So I applaud what the Rays are doing, because I look at it big picture and don't see them as if everything were to go right the rest of the season, if they kept everything the same way and everything goes right, maybe they sneak in as a wild card. Maybe. They're building for next year and years beyond. That's what they do.
They traded away Randy Arozarena on Friday. They traded away Zach Eflin on Saturday, I believe it was, to the Orioles, who's one of their top starting pitchers. They traded away reliever Jason Adam to the Padres, got 3 prospects, one of them really good. Traded away their all-star third baseman Isaac Paredes to the Cubs in exchange for their third baseman Christopher Morel. Good news, he's hit 18 homers. Bad news, he's hitting $199. And they got 2 more prospects. So they got Christopher Morel and 10 prospects for trading away these 4 guys. And oh, by the way, they probably took off of next year's payroll, probably took over $40 million off of it.
And what Eflin was a pretty big chunk of change next year.
Yeah, they signed Eflin. He has 1 year left on his deal. They signed him to a 3-year free agent deal. I think it's the most money they've ever spent in free agency. To like 18 a year. Arozarena next year was going to be making 10 plus million, and he has 2 years left of arbitration. So if you go Eflin 18, you think Arozarena is making between 10 and 12, you're at 30. Now we talk Paredes and the relievers. So let's talk 35 million. Easy, that they took off next year's payroll. And in theory, knock on wood, Wander Franco, who went off the payroll, he's only a couple million a year, but he went off the payroll a few weeks ago, stays off the payroll.
Which is key for Tampa, because if he's not found guilty of a felony,
he has to be found or plead guilty to a felony, not a misdemeanor. He's charged with 2 felonies. The Rays need him convicted of one of them, or else they're going to be on the hook for nearly $200 million. No big deal or anything for a franchise that literally counts its pennies.
Should be able to buy a judge in the DR for a lot less than that.
Oh, I think it would cost a lot less than that. So we'll see. This is advanced scouting, is what you're saying. If you're the Rays, you put your, your DR.
10 million towards the judge to save 200 seems like a very smart investment if you're the Rays.
I agree. And if there's a jury, well, let's just, make it rain. Do
right.
what you got to do. Right. So I'm just curious if that was a poll question. 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room. Between the Marlins and the Rays, I mean, sometimes we think we're talking to 13 people, but just curious, is there a Rays fan who's like actually annoyed? Like, hold on a second. We're coming out of the break. We're winning series. We're 2 games over 500. We're 3 back, for goodness sakes. We're chasing the Royals and the Red Sox. I mean, we're not chasing juggernauts here. And also, let's talk the American League for a second. I mean, the Orioles right now, they're playing baseball every bit as bad as the Yankees. I think the Orioles are like 4-11 in their last 15. The Guardians, they can't score runs. Are you sure you can't beat them in a playoff series? I mean, this is the problem, Mark. Like, we talk quarterbacks a lot. Would you pay this guy and this? In baseball, though, don't you feel as if you have a better chance if you get in it to win it than you do in football? Or no?
Recent playoff success and failure of good teams, I think, lends what you're saying to be correct, David. I just don't think this is a good baseball team.
Right. You don't think they're a playoff team, and you think they've had a good week, and you're not going to change your strategy off of winning a couple series back to back against 2 teams below 500 also in the Blue Jays and the Reds. I will say a lot of Reds fans went to the game, came up, spring training in Sarasota and a lot of Reds fans. It's not that far to get to the Trop from Sarasota, and there was a lot of red in that stadium for the 3-game series.
The Reds.
Yeah, I know.
They've let us down, David.
They have. And I forced that one on you. That one was more me than you.
Well, you had a good year ago. You were great. Arizona was your big over-under play. Not only did they go over, they went to the damn World Series.
Yep. I went 2-0 on over-unders last year. And the Reds, I think their over-under was like 82. All they had to do was like have a winning record. I was like, oh, that's a lock. Done. Not so much. So another 32 or so hours left in the baseball trade deadline. It's been pretty active. It's been not quite an NHL trade deadline, but it's threatening to be. And there are still many big names still to come. I will say, Mark, organizations are giving up prospects. Now, they haven't given up their best or second best prospect yet, but teams are running out of prospects to give up if they still want to keep dealing here.
Should be an active remaining 30-plus hours.
I don't see how it can't be. You got so many teams in each league within 5 games of the playoffs either way. How could you not be all in?
I do like the fact that Chisholm going to the Yankees already brought a little bit of controversy because Torres said, I'm not playing third base. Chisholm, who's played some second base.
Mm-hmm.
Gleyber Torres was asked if he'd move to third. I play second for this team.
He's also a free agent at the end of the year. Boone came out and said, he arrived at Fenway an hour and a half before the game last night. And they said, listen, you've been playing center field all year. Let's start in center, but I want you coming to the ballpark early, taking ground balls at third base. Because he grew up a shortstop and then played second base at, his first position in the majors. So they think he can handle third. And they're getting Stanton back this week healthy. And so their thought is that Verdugo, Soto, Judge, all right, get DJ LeMahieu out of the lineup, put Jazz at third. Torres is starting to swing the bat as well as he has all year. Keep him at second. Where we play Chisholm next year, we'll deal with that next year. But what I thought was interesting, Mark, was they batted him fifth last night. I thought he was going to become their leadoff hitter.
In today's world, do you do that with the lineup that they have? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, you bat him leadoff with Soto and Judge hitting behind you, you should see nothing but fastballs for the rest of the year. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all coming up next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text SPONSOR to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
$22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Sampson to join us on the show tomorrow. Pat Kerwin's doing his training camp tours. He may not join us all week. He may join us twice this week. Got to get in touch with Pat later today. His travel schedule and all that. I know he's with the Patriots today. We'll see. Just stay tuned. We'll let you updated on where Pat is and when he's coming on the show.
I'm betting the over. He's a workaholic. He can't help himself.
Well, he is the one who mentioned to me, hey, I may come on twice next week. Oh, okay. Sounds good to us.
Fantastic. It really is. We are lucky to have him. He's been great to us for many a year. So Pat Kerwin's doing his training camp tour, which will give us more of our training camp tours as we've been checking in with different teams in training camp like we did with the Packers today on the show.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Man, my writing's messy today. Can't even read my own stuff. 1909 we start today. GM buys Cadillac. Seemed to be a good purchase.
Yes.
I wouldn't call it Louisiana Purchase good, but I'd still call it pretty solid. Mickey Mouse debuts as Steamboat Willie today in 1928. Today in 57, The Tonight Show premieres. That's the Jack Parr version of The Tonight Show. Carson would be, a couple years later, David?
In terms of what?
Taking over The Tonight Show from Jack Parr.
I thought he did 30 years, so I thought he took it over in 62.
Okay. NASA was established today in 1958. Think about how nuts you had to be. You probably got a lot of grief. Hey, yeah, we're going to put all this money into space in the 50s.
And then Kennedy doubled down on it in his inauguration. Right.
Light My Fire by the Doors was number one today in 67. This one may only be for me, David. But today in 1983, Friday Night Videos premiered on NBC. These were a big deal back in the day. Early MTV, you may not have MTV.
It showed the impact that MTV made in just 2 years, because I believe MTV was 1981.
Correct.
Also, NBC was reeling as a network, absolutely reeling.
Today in 86, a New York jury rules that the NFL violated antitrust laws and awarded the USFL $1 in damages. That was tripled.
So you've won. Congratulations. And now you're going out of business.
Today in 1987, Jerry Garcia and Ben & Jerry's agreed on his ice cream. Cherry Garcia, born today in 1987. It's a good ice cream. It's not my favorite Ben & Jerry's. I don't even know if it'd go in my top 10. Their s'mores ice cream, delicious. And Tommy Lasorda retired today in 1996. Ted Lindsay, Captain Lou Albino, and Peter Jennings would have all celebrated birthdays today. Geddy Lee from Rush is 71, and Dak Prescott's 31. What did I miss, David?
A couple of anniversaries, if you will. Chuck and Di got married today in 81.
They
Prince
did?
Charles, Lady
How'd I miss
Diana.
that?
Yep, got married today in 81. Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston got married today in 2000.
Still bothered it didn't last.
Yeah, they lasted 5 years. Chuck and Di, faked it for about 3 times that long. I will say, Carl Lewis today in 96 won his 4th consecutive long jump at the age of 35, tying the great Al Order's record of winning the same event for 4 consecutive Olympics. And that came out of nowhere. Nobody was talking about Carl Lewis at 35 winning the long jump.
That is remarkable.
So if you think about it, he won at 23, 27, 31, and 35 years of age. 4 consecutive gold medals in the long jump. By the way, Carl Lewis, more gold medals than Tom Brady has Super Bowl rings. 9 golds for Carl Lewis.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to Arizona, where Sergeant Gillerod of Arizona's Mojave County was working a road construction detail when he saw a large bird spotted underneath his patrol vehicle. The bird was acting strangely. Along with the help from a deputy, they moved the vehicle, retrieved the bird, put it in the back seat of the patrol car. It was a juvenile eagle that had become separated from his parents, and thanks to the work of the good sergeant, the eagle is now safe. For the bad, we go to Connecticut, where, from the sounds of it, car owner goes and starts his car. Leaves the car running, goes back inside, maybe putting the AC on, I don't know. But all of a sudden, he hears the horn blaring and the radio blasting. He looks outside and notices there's an adult black bear and a cub inside of his car, trashing said car. Bears got away, car trashed, and he lost a cell phone in the midst, too, as the Bears trashed the cell phone that was inside the car. And finally, an all-time ugly, David. We go to Ohio.
Okay.
Where, David, boneless chicken wings do not have to be free of bones anymore.
I'm sorry, what?
Michael Berkheimer was dining with his wife at a wing joint. They got their usual boneless wings with the Parmesan garlic sauce. He felt a bite-sized piece of meat go down the wrong way. 3 days later, unable to keep food down, he went to the emergency room where a doctor discovered a long, thin bone had torn his esophagus and caused an infection. He sued because, he ordered boneless wings. It went to the Ohio Supreme Court, and in a 4-3 ruling, the Supreme Court said Thursday that boneless wings refers to a cooking style, and that Berkheimer should have been on guard against bones since it's common knowledge that chickens have bones. The high court sided with lower courts that had dismissed his suit.
What? What? We should be on guard when eating boneless wings for bones?
According to Justice Joseph Dieters, he said a diner reading boneless wings on a menu would no more believe that the restaurant was warranting the absence of bones in items than believe that the items were made from chicken wings, just as a person eating chicken fingers would know that he'd not been served fingers.
I've never known anyone to order boneless wings thinking they're not getting, wait for it, boneless wings. What?
I saved this till the end of
happening?
the show because the show would have been derailed if I would have talked about this earlier.
Seriously, they said this with a straight face. They said customers are not expecting boneless wings when they order boneless wings. What the hell are we expecting? No, I don't. First off, boneless wings are not, they're nuggets. But what? I mean, seriously, what is the only thing you're expecting when you order boneless wings? Honestly, you're not even expecting that it be chicken. They could have made it veal. The only thing you're expecting is that it's boneless. Oh my goodness. If I was a lawyer and I lost this case, I'd quit. I'd be like, well, there's just no sense. Obviously, we're a disaster.
And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 29th, 2024.
Wait a minute. You lost the boneless wings case? Yeah, I know. I argued that I expected boneless wings to be boneless, and they told me I was an idiot. Seriously, there's two things you're expecting: boneless, and then I'm assuming chicken. But if the one were to be altered, it would be the taste of the wing, right? If all of a sudden you found out, what is this, turkey meat? What is this, venison? What is this, pork? The only thing that you're absolutely, positively demanding, never mind expecting, is that they're boneless.
Yeah, that's pretty much the key.
Now, I mean, I don't know if it's worth the place getting sued over and what have you. I mean, quite
I don't
frankly,
know. I will say the guy did.
I know. Yes. And I understand. But I mean, I couldn't believe the Ohio Supreme Court couldn't do, what was the case that you mentioned, the USFL, NFL, that award that, I mean, the guy, come on, the guy should have won. Now, damages, you could give him $1. Okay, but come on. You got to rule in the guy's favor that he had the audacity, the nerve, the chutzpah, the arrogance to expect that boneless wings would be boneless. Holy. And it's in Ohio, so I can say it. Holy Toledo.
Got that right, David.
Golly.
I had a bigger problem with him going garlic parm than I did with the, whole boneless wing thing.
And we might have said that in our decision. Listen, you win. Yes, of course they should have been boneless. I don't know how much money we're going to give you. And really, garlic parm? Where were you? How many choices they have? You chose garlic parm? I don't know, dude. My lawyer buddy just said, isn't this a sports talk show? Not when boneless wings no longer have to be boneless. What the hell's going on at the Olympics that's bigger than that? By the way, Djokovic just beat Nadal. Who knows? Could be last singles match of Nadal's career, even though he entered the U.S. Open. But also could very well be, Mark, the last time they played. This was their 60th meeting, Djokovic and Nadal. If you count this one, Djokovic 31-29.
Oh, would have been nice to see it go the other way just for that.
Right. 6-1, 6-4. Joker advanced.
It was pretty cool watching Andy Murray in doubles come back in the Olympics. Was down, I think, fought off like 5 different match points between the second and third set to win, and 2 tie breaks in a doubles match to keep his career going. It was great theater, if nothing else, David.
I was going to say, Mark, there's match points, there's championship points, there's career points.
Right. It was fantastic stuff. It was one of the Olympic, and I don't really care about the Olympic tennis, but that was just, for lack of a better term, neat to see Andy Murray hold off his career for at least another match.
So we got 12 games today. Both the Rays and Marlins we do have a doubleheader. Makeup from May. 3 and 6:30, though. So you only have about 20, 30 minutes to make your bet. All right. Toronto and Baltimore in Baltimore. It would behoove the Orioles if they'd actually start winning some games again. I'm just saying. Just throwing that out there. Yankees in Philadelphia to play the Phillies. World Series preview? Really?
You're picking the Yankees?
I'm just saying.
You're picking the Yankees.
Well, first off, Cashman's going to do more. I'll make you a prediction. Blake Snell will be a Yankee by Wednesday.
Ooh. All right.
How about that?
Okay.
They have to be aggressive because they don't know if they're going to be able to re-sign Juan Soto. This might be their best chance in the next year or two. So I think that Cashman will be very aggressive in the next 30 hours. But there you have it. Skeens, I think, pitches tonight for the Pirates in Houston against the Astros. Yes, he does.
That is correct.
So there you go.
David Sampson on the show tomorrow. Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. You can download any portion of the show that you may have missed, including an all-time rant over boneless chicken wings. Have a great rest of your Monday. We'll do it all over again tomorrow at 6. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.